Happy Saturday, everybody. Captain Cody here. I had to make sure it said Happy Saturday. I often forget to change that. I remembered. I boozled myself. Happy Saturday, everybody. Captain Coder here on this beautiful day. Beautiful morning for me. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you happen to be. It's one of those three, probably. Is there more than those three? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Are there any? Am I missing any? I don't know that I'm any. Maybe just good day. Good day to you. Welcome aboard, lanky Scottish nerd. So happy to have you here. Welcome back. Sausage roll sounds delicious. Sounds delicious. I might have to make myself some sausage for breakfast. That sounds good. I don't think I have any. Maybe I'll order some, or get some from the grocery store to cook. Cause I haven't had sausage, like breakfast sausage in a long time. That sounds amazing. Brown sauce, of course, unless the sausage is wrapped in pastry. Oh, you're slaying me over here. You're slaying me. What are we working on today, folks? Well, we're making a lot of progress on our DICE language, our interpreted programming language that supports DICE notation as a numeric, as a primitive numeric value. We have what is a Turing complete language here. We have if statements. We have recursion. We have functions, so I wrote a little test here to show that we could write a program that calculates the exponent. So this is 5 to the power of 2. It's a little exponent thing here. We can run this. If I wanted to change it, I could change this to 2 to the power of like 16. Let's see what 2 to the power of 16 is, folks. If I run our little exponent example here, 2 to the power of 16 is, as you might expect, 65,536. That's how many possibilities we got in 2 to the 16. We can do this. This is cool. The syntax is white. The white spaces just doesn't matter, so I've formatted it this way just to make it a little easier to read. I could just as well have formatted it on a single line like this. So this is a language in which you have single expression for the entire program. Currently, it may be the case later that we add in statements that allow us to make a more complex program. But we have our core language here. I discovered a little bit of a bug. Gordienko Games, welcome back with your Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda says hello. Is that a Baby Yoda? Looks like a Baby Yoda. Gordienko Games, how are you on this beautiful Monday? It's Saturday. Beautiful Saturday. It's not Monday. Shh. Not Monday yet. It's still Saturday. How are you doing, Gordienko Games? So nice to see ya. The lanky Scottish nerd says, oh, no math. No math. No math, just coding. Well, I mean, it's type of math. But we're writing our own programming language this week in C#, as was suggested to us on the Discord. Jam weekend, are you doing the Ludum Dare? What jam are you doing, Gordienko? I'm assuming Ludum Dare, that seems to be what most people are doing. Although I've seen the Grumpy Game Dev is working on a roguelike dungeon, roguelike 5 jam is also this week. That one's a week long though. Ludum, gotcha. What, how's are you working with a team? Are you working solo? How are you doing on it? That bean water's delicious, folks. That bean water's so good. Solo, gotcha. Do you feel, what was the theme is like delivery, I think? Is the theme same for both solo and team? There's a little bug I have in here. I have a little bug. This is called a this expression is a, can I do addition on these? I think there's a bug here where I can't have actually anything after an application expression, but let's find out real quick. I want to run this. So if I wanted to add 5 to the end, I think it's going to get a parser, unexpected 5. Yeah, so there's a bug here where after this type of expression, the arithmetic expression should be able to find this on the left side and the right side. So there's some kind of parsing error. So the very first thing I want to get done today is fixing this issue. It's not even relational operators, it's just fixing an issue specifically when we have a function application on the left side and then some sort of operator, some sort of binary operator. Can't figure out how to do that. McNet says, hi, Captain. Hi, Captain. How's it going, McNets? How are you on this beautiful Saturday? I hope you're having a beautiful day wherever you are in the world. No worries, McNets. I'm sorry. for calling you out like that. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant, but I still couldn't help myself. Darkman says, yo, welcome back, Darkman. How are you doing on this beautiful Saturday? Next says, working on a working service. What is a working service? A worker service. Okay, so like a web work. So still not quite sure what a worker service is. I probably should know. Is this like a web worker type service, or is it a for what exactly is your worker service? For like a web app? I'm just curious. Good, glad to hear you're doing good, Darkman. An old Windows service. Gotcha. Very cool. Is this a personal project, McNets? Or are you working on something like for your company, for a company as a client? Doing some work for a client. Just curious what you're working on. And if I'm asking too many questions, feel free to say, look, Captain, you're getting too personal here. You're getting too personal. I just like to know what the people are doing because it's exciting. We're gonna try and fix this bug though. We're at a test to expose it. So I'm pretty sure we can expose it pretty easily, but we'll find out here. So this expression, I bet even if I did this, I can write an even smaller expression here, and I'll still be able to expose it a little bit. It feels necessary. I assume this ML-like language don't have statements. Not yet. I think it makes sense to add them in later. So I plan to do the following. This language currently does not support statements. It's just an expression language. So there wouldn't be that much difficulty to add in statements though. So I would probably end up using some sort of monadic state or something like that. But the answer is currently no, it does not. But I would like to add in support for objects and structures, which would imply that we could have some kind of, if we did objects, it implies that we have methods, and those methods, it's often very useful to have statements. It does reduce composability. You're absolutely correct. There's pros and cons. Expression that returns unit. Exactly. That's exactly what I'll do. That's exactly right. No pros. I don't know if I agree with no pros, but I agree that for most there's like in a language that's interpreted anyway, I don't think that there are particular benefits to it. Darkman says, I got the materials working like wood, stone, and others, and the interact system. Fantastic. Congratulations. And McNack says, it's for a company just trying to implement it with gRPC without using a web server. Gotcha. It's been a long time since I've done something with remote procedure calls, RPCs like that. Typically it's been web, these days it seems like everything's done with like a RESTful API rather than like a full-blown RPC type thing. That said, I haven't done any sort of multiplayer game type stuff. I think next week, so starting on Monday, I think I'm actually going to, so a project I'm gonna have my students do, they're finishing up Tic-Tac-Toe, and then they're going to be working on Minesweeper. I think I'm going to have them do a multiplayer battleship game after that, so I'm going to be looking at it. Fuel Snout says, for me, the biggest benefit of F# over C# is no statements. Everything else follows from that. Yes, I agree. I absolutely agree. Fuel Snowbell, I actually sort of tore myself. I was like, should I do this in C# or should I do it in F#? Should I do it in C#? Should I do it in F#? I eventually settled on C# because I've never actually implemented a parser using an imperative language like C#. And so that was a really fun experience. I've always done it in like OCaml and Haskell previously. I was thinking maybe I'll do it in F# to learn a little bit more about F#, but this worked out really. This was such a fun project so far. Thindle says, hey yo, Captain, double streaming with Mooniz right now. Fantastic. How's Mooniz doing? He was on break when I had to pop off there, but how's his project coming along? But welcome aboard, Thindle. Nice to have you here today on this beautiful Saturday, my friend. But yeah, Fuel Snabel, I don't know if I've touted it enough, but I'm such a big fan of functional programming, so much. Fuel says there's also freedom of expression, but no freedom of statements. Fact. Just joking, of course. Yeah, I know what you mean. What other functional? I'm just curious, Fuel. What other functional programming languages have you used? Tyndall says, want to hear something depressing but typical of me. My to-do for the weekend contained cleaning out the fridge of everything that had expired. So now I have soda, some meds, ketchup, and some ready-made pasta sauce in my fridge. Is that all that's left, or was that, or is that all the expired things? Dude, Tyndall, don't feel bad. I have so much. We have our fridge. I know exactly what you're going through right now, because I do the same thing. It's like I always go, okay, I'll remember to throw this stuff out on garbage day, and then garbage day comes and goes, and I'm like, I'll get it next garbage day, and then garbage day comes and goes, I'm like, yeah, and then so by the end of time you finally get your fridge cleared, you're like, wow, there was a lot of cottage cheese left over in here. So that I did a hard line and got rid of everything that was like 2 to 3 days expired. I've gone, look, I get it completely. Fuels now says my first was SML, but I also use Scala a bit in prod. Gotcha. Also, template programming in C++ is very weird functional language. Yeah, I have seen templates in C++. I did a lot with Scheme/Racket. One of the classes I teach is actually a class called Interactive Fiction, coding interactive fiction, and we use a language called Harlow, which is a derivative of Scheme. So students learn functional programming. I love doing that. Tyndall says, adding a week to stuff that's sealed is usually fine. Those exist now. How about T4? Oh, replying to McNex and Fuel Snabble. I wouldn't call T4 functional though. Yeah. All right. But yeah, we have a parsing error here with, I think it seems to be, well, we're ready to test and see if we can figure out what's going on here. Let's go to our, I don't know where to put this test. It's part of our functional expression test, I believe, to see what chunk is causing an issue. All right, so we have, this is going to be, welcome back, Darkman. No worries about your lost connection. I'm glad you're back. Happy to have you back. We want to test specifically something like this, an expression like this. And we don't need that, this whole thing. It's just that we have an application expression. Test application followed by operator. Or test application in binary operator. So it seems like it's not a factor. It's not being parsed as a factor. This is interesting. So I am using a parser combinator library. So I feel like there's so many things that the parser combinator library looks and feels really nice. The debugging aspect of it feels tricky to me. And then it also makes my grammar, it lets me be really, really lazy with my grammar, which leads to some awful things. Maybe not awful things, but challenging aspects to this parsing. For example, this is interesting here. What? Hang on. We're gonna reload this. There it goes. It was something was cut up there. It's really hard for me to tell what part of this isn't working. Thindle says, so Python, yeah. Thindle says, Peter sent me an opportunity to ask me how it fit. I told him it was great, but they wanted their application to start late in May, and I'll be off until September. I guess I missed some context there, but that's okay. Yes, so Python. Let's see here. Also, if I was building my own like parser and stuff as well, if I was building my own parser from scratch, I'd probably feel like I'd have better built-in error messages at this point. So the error message I'm getting here, unexpected plus, in this entire thing is not a particularly useful error. I will eventually want to, if I continue working on this, make it say like, oh, well, there was an error on line 9 at this position with this thing. And we unexpected plus, but we actually expected one of the following things. And that's hard to do with essentially an infinite look-ahead parser using a parser combinator, which is essentially what this is doing. Whereas if I had implemented it as like a 1 or 2 look-ahead parser, with a nice table, I could get much better error messages. Okay, but this was just sort of practice, sort of going through the process of how you might do it. Darkman says, hey, Captain, got some questions. First, can I use your logo inside my game? Second, what biome should I add to my game? Yeah, you can use my logo in your game. Feel free to do so. If you message me on the Discord, I can send you like the SVG of it, or there's also like a pixel version of it if you'd like. Dindle said the context is I'm looking for a new contract. Gotcha. The contract came from way somewhere else than here. Fuel gave me a contract at a place. Gotcha. Fuel is a scholar and a gentleman. A scholar and a gentleman. McNett says, I'm waiting to end the current one. Gotcha. Nicothan, hey Captain, I can only stay for a few minutes, but I saw you online. I had to stop by. Nicothan, so glad to see you here on this beautiful day. Thank you for popping in. Welcome to the crew. Welcome aboard. And you know, you're always welcome here, but you know what I'm going to say? Keep going, keep growing, keep coding, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime. Thank you for popping in, Nicothan. How was your stream? I missed your last one. How's your stream going? McNett says, I'll be retired by then. Congratulations on your retirement, friend. Congratulations. All right, so this is not parsing properly. And so I would like to set this up as the thing to parse, string to parse. All right, and then we're gonna try and parse it here. So I results, this should be an I expression result. And we're gonna try and, result is gonna be equal to parsers dot, I think the arithmetic expression will actually parse this okay. Assert dot true result dot was successful, but we'll find out here. I think what's happening is at the top level, it doesn't get down to here. Dot try parse like this. So let's run this test and see what we get here. Darkman says, thank you, Captain. No, thank you, Darkman. I appreciate you. No problem. Happy to help any way I can. So this one is fine. So the arithmetic expression doesn't have a problem with it. It's the one level up where if I try and do a die-sling expression, it fails. So we're gonna figure out where it's failing in this. If I try and do if this doesn't fail, my mind will be blown. Yeah, okay, so that fails. And let's see if we can get the error message out. Oh, it's of course gonna say me unexpected plus. Failed to parse with, and then we'll put the error message here, result.message. And then we're gonna sort of go through each one of the chunks and see where it's actually failing on that. And my guess, I have a gut feeling on it, but we'll keep looking at it and we'll see. I don't know why this is not maximized. Let's maximize that here. Thindle says, Nicothan said, my wife has started joining me. Fantastic. Well, hello, Nicothan's wife. Welcome aboard. Thindle says, I'm 4 out of 10 through my career at this point. Feels bad, man. Except for me loving my job. If you love your job, then I often love my job so much. I'm like, I don't know what I'd do if I retired. But I'm also very young. I'm only 34. So retirement's not even on my radar at this point, all that much. Nicothan says, other than that, it's just me and myself and but I'm getting meaningful work done, and when I'm streaming, I'm not distracted by Netflix or Taylor Swift. Good. Thindle says, yes, I could have said that as 2/5. Maybe I'll start streaming. McNets, if you'd like to start streaming, that'd be cool. I'd love to know. I've enjoyed it greatly. It started out as being a very productive time for me. And then not quickly, but relatively quickly, as I got more people in the chat, it became much more of a social outlet, which I've loved, which has been great. But now it's like, there's like this extra thing I do to socialize and then, yeah. So I love it. I've been loving it. And I learned so much. That's the one thing. I will say that when I'm doing something that I'm not super familiar with, I learned so much from it. I've learned so much about Unity by streaming. I think it sort of rocketed my game dev skills massively by streaming and having people help me learn in the stream, in the chat. So I will say that was awesome, or has been awesome. Okay, so the die sling part. So let's go look at the dice-laying expression. If I do dice-laying expression inner, I think it'll give me a hint as to where, because this will succeed and it's probably gonna say that, oh no, it still fails. Okay, that's interesting. Because the inner part, I would have expected to parse this and say that we're done. Okay, so my guess then is that we have an error in our apply function expression. And it is probably trying to consume this plus somehow. Yeah, okay. Because it's gonna parse in our argument expression, and then many argument expressions. What I don't quite understand about that is that an argument expression is a with parentheses dice-laying expression as a token, which should already be a token. Apply function factor. Apply function takes an apply function factor, which should be a function expression wrapped in parentheses or an identifier. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. Let's debug this. Let's debug this and see. Because this is interesting, but it is trying to get this plus out here. It should see the plus and just stop. That's what I don't understand. This one should be fine. Step over was the wrong thing to do. No, there it goes. Okay, so apply function, let's keep going here. Argument with, okay. So our function expert is exp, and then our required argument, if we step over this, it should also continue to pull that out. Let's see if it makes it through that. Oh, this is interesting. So it's going in here. Darkman says, my code worked first try, strange. Congratulations on your code working first try. Yeah, you know, when you write some code, you're like, huh. I don't know why this works, but I'm glad it does. That's funny. Okay, so we're actually seems to be failing on okay, I'm gonna stop this here. Let's come back to our func parser. Do I make it to this optional parser? I might just be dying here on argument parser, which would be interesting to me. Let's try this debug again. Close some of these things. Too many things open because it's sort of like it's jumping through them when I do my debug here. Dindle says, I spent like 1.5 on stream without my project compiling, then it worked. That's happened like 3 times in my life, which is fine. Programming is normally iterative. I agree with that. Nick then says, I enjoy errors when I get them. There are times when I don't throw an error until much later. Yeah, so that's one of my complaints about things like Python and JavaScript is very often the errors. The runtime errors are much harder to figure out what's going on than otherwise. Dota, welcome back, my friend. So nice to see you. Dota says, let me tell you the good work of TCR, where if your test fails, everything gets wiped, and you run test at least every 2 minutes. I hate it. No, it's such a great learning experience. Dota, that's a very, very good learning experience. Mick says, no rehearsal before streaming. I don't rehearse before streaming, no. Phil Snabel says, just have 100% test coverage, right? I was looking at, I haven't done a test coverage tool for .NET. I've kind of looked into maybe doing that. Dindle says, sounds almost as good as random sort. Indeed, Dota, how have you been, my friend? Folks, if you don't know, Dota's also a streamer. Streams when he can, doesn't stream. I don't think you have a regular schedule, but fun stream over there doing some .NET development himself. Give him a look. Give him a love, give him a heart, click that heart, give him some love, check him out. Dota, so happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. How are you? Nickton says, I hate errors that say an error happened, but I love the super detailed ones. Yeah, so my program right now, the errors the parsing error you get is there was a plus somewhere in your whole program that I didn't like. There's a plus somewhere. So my parser's terrible right now. But that's okay. That's okay. It's not production. This is version like -7. Then says you just randomly arrange everything in your list and check if they're ordered. If not, you arrange them again and repeat. And Dota, no. Thank you for being here. You're welcome for the shout outs. No need to thank me. Love giving you guys, everyone out there. I love sharing. This community's just been so awesome to me. I do anything I can to give back. This arg expression is a 2. Okay, so okay, so we do make it that far. The one thing I don't quite understand, okay, so let me see, do we make it, this optional arguments mini must fail then. And I don't understand why. Maybe I gotta make it optional. Because it shouldn't, it should be okay if we try and go, it went over, what? Now I'm so confused. The optional args should just be empty. But it wasn't successful. Hang on, results. Was successful true? Hang on, why is this test passing all of a sudden? This test hang on, let me run it again. Did I just lose my mind and it actually does pass and I'm just wrong? I guess I'm just wrong. I thought it didn't pass. Holy cannoli. All right, let's go. Let's take a little closer look in here. What? That was wild. That was wild. All right, so our apply func is fine. It does like to stop there. Our dice laying expression doesn't like it. Let's go look at our dice laying expression. Because it should do an apply func, so it'll get the apply. Okay, so it should make it down to the arithmetic expression. All right, so our arithmetic expression. Nicothan, yes, even worse when something fails 1 second and you change nothing. So clearly I changed something. All right, so I do think it should make it here. For trying to find an air stream back. It doesn't look like it's back yet. I'm singing to myself. Oh yeah, I'm singing to myself. Can anybody hear this song? I don't know if anyone can hear it. Are we back? Did the stream come back? I don't know. It looks like we're back, folks. Sorry about that. My stream died there for a moment. I'm happy to be back, though. Thindle says, sleep is sorted. It's pretty funny, too. Thindle's replying saying, go to bed and hope it's sorted tomorrow. Exactly. Even worse. Dota says, just don't write end-to-end tests. No flaky tests. Also, you benefit of, you lose the benefit of E2E test rip stream. We're back. Dindle, it's okay. I hope you found me. I hath returned. Shadowless Dev, Shadowless Dev, how dare you break my stream? No, I kid. Folks, for hanging out, for making it through that little bubble there. 50 points to all of you. I'm so sorry that the stream's struggling there. No, on my end, my whole internet stopped working there for a hot second, but we're back. Thindle's replying to Dota saying, do write end-to-end tests, but don't run them through a unit test framework. There are better ones for that. Yeah, end-to-end tests through a unit test framework usually is, unless it's like a huge testing framework that supports it. End-to-end test, typically you want some sort of like process that goes through it. Acceptance test and separate unit tests. Yeah. The no points counter in the chat. How does it work? So McNets, I don't have affiliate. I'm not an affiliate of Twitch. If I was an affiliate, you'd be forced to watch an ad whenever you join my stream. And so I just don't want that. We have a stream element shop though. This summer I'm hoping to clean it up a little bit, and we're gonna have like an official Captain Coder Firebot store. But there's a couple things you can redeem here. So if you type shop, there's some redeems there you can do. But the shop will give you the description of those different things. I'm thinking about writing a Captain Coder plugin that'll show it all up there. Yeah, I'd be happy to tell you more about this feature. I don't have channel points. I'm not an affiliate. I don't really want to be an affiliate. There's parts of me, so there are parts of the features that I wish I had, but I just don't, you know. Hot tip for everyone in chat, Twitch Turbo is great, $7 to $8 per month. You are free across the platform. Yeah, ad free across the whole platform. I myself am a Twitch Turbo subscriber. That said, I'm also love supporting a lot of people as well. I subscribe to many channels at this point. All right, so we're failing here. I was gonna run this as a debug and see if we make it. We should be making it to the arithmetic expression. If we're not making it to the arithmetic expression, I forgot to drop that one, sorry. Parsers. Okay, stop. Oh, it is. Oh, say stop. It thinks this is one big line. Oh, because I'm not doing a from. Not doing a from. Interesting. So let's go inside of arith. The debug on this is so tricky. I do want to see if I make it into this spot here. I wonder. Wondering if there's a nice way I can break this down to be able to do it. Enjoy your lunch, McNuts. As always, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Have a beautiful day. Dino says, oh yeah, I subbed to quite a few, but that's for support, not because I want to ad-free. I use Turbo for that. I do too. It's great to go to a channel and not have to watch an ad at the beginning to be able to check them out. A little cost prohibitive for some people, I do think, though. Let's see, where are we at on break? Did my break timer reset properly? No, it didn't. All right, so my break timer didn't reset properly. Let's reset the break. Thinlo says, I did and I'm not sure what I was thinking, but don't regret it yesterday. Yeah, I watch so much Twitch at this point that I feel like it's such a good thing. Nice. I hope that's not a financial burden for you. Thank you for supporting people so much like that. That's a wonderful thing to do. Yeah. Helps build their community when you give them subs like that too, which is something that is such a great thing to do. The arithmetic expression, I want to be coming, it's an add sub expression. This is gonna be hard for me. Can I break this down? What is the OR? I don't know how to debug this nicely. So I want the OR composed in here, but I want to be able to see, am I making it to this arithmetic expression from this direction? Because this happens in so many places. I guess I could put one here and look at the call stack. Let's try that. I'm struggling to debug this well, and I would like to write some better. I'd like to have a better way of coding this for debugging purposes. All right, so if I step over, it should stop here. Okay, what's my call stack? Where am I calling? What is the call stack saying I'm coming from? Interesting. I feel like this is not helpful at all. No name, no net timer. So if I hit step over, okay. I really want to know whether or not I'm coming. Okay, here's a better stack. We're calling here. I know, Fuel Snabel. This is such a tricky thing to debug. So I'm trying to figure out when I go to parse this expression here, it doesn't like this. So I'm trying to figure out which one of these. I might just have to manually switch it to each one as we go through. You often add a debug combinator. Yeah, I'm not sure the best way to do this here, but a debug combinator, I want to see if I'm making it down here, right? So I know this one, hang on, does this one succeeds? This is what's blowing my mind, is this one succeeds. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Oh no, that would be okay, because this one succeeds. Oh, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. This apply function is succeeding. So this one is succeeding, and then it is expecting an end. Okay, I got it. Oh, this apply function cannot be here. It has to come later in this because it could be part of a conditional expression. These, I think, it's just the order in which I'm doing these. Because an apply function can be on the left side of a conditional expression, left side of an arithmetic expression. So this needs to come later. I think this comes here. Let's see if this... Well, I think this will fix this test, but there's probably some other tests. This is where this like parser thing is so wonky. The parser combinator is giving me too much freedom to ignore my grammar and not think about how it's going to be parsed in the correct order. Fuel Snabble says, I'm missing a lex yak thing for C#. Yeah, so in the past, I've used a lex yak thing to help define my thing much better. Do you build a operations tree, then you're parsing this? I am like 110%, it's not called that. So I know I do not build, I do not have a lexer. So I think you're referring, Thindle, I think you're referring to a lexer where we build out, we parse through it and pull out all the chunks, tokenize it essentially. I don't have a lexer. I'm going straight through and doing the parser combinator and pulling it straight into an abstract syntax tree from the parsing. So there's one in F#, but then you need F# dependency, which sometimes isn't desirable. Gotcha. Mr. Natural over on YouTube, happy Saturday, my friend. So nice to see ya. Welcome back. Thindle says, like, combine this and this operation, and those operations can be other operations. That might be what it's called. I'm not doing a lexer, so I have no lexer, which is, if I was doing it not using a parser combinator, I'd totally do a lexer first, and then I don't have to think about it. Of course, then I'd have to store a bunch of extra information in my like lexer structure to know like what point. Anyway, I'm not getting good error messages anyway. Devro says, Captain, how's it going? It's going beautifully well, Devro. How are you on this BEA beautiful Saturday, my friend? Nice to see ya. Thanks for popping in. I think if I change this order here, it will pass this test now. But the question is, does that break my other tests? So this one will pass now because at first will say, do I have this plus in here? It does. Again, the thing that's really gross about this parser combinator that I have here is it, like I said, it has like an infinite look ahead, which just means the parser is going to be very, very slow in some situations, like incredibly slow parser for big programs. And I don't know if I like that. Deborah says, just finished my workout and had a shower, so it's a good Saturday. Glad you had a nice workout, my friend. Glad it's a good Saturday for you. So happy to have you here. What do you do for a workout? I'm just curious, Deborah. What do you do to stay the beefy, wonderful man you are? And by beefy, I mean incredibly powerful and strong. I mean that as in the nicest way possible. I'm sorry if that came across as not nice. I apologize if that wasn't a nice thing to say. I mean it in the complimentive way. So I apologize if it came off. Nick then says, my workouts are the Captain Coder stretch time. Well, that's good to know. Fuel says, the benefit of parser combinator, no lexer needed. Yes, the drawbacks of parser combinators, no lexer needed. Exactly, Fuel Snavel. Okay, all my tests pass. Okay, so the order here was important. Let me update my grammar file here to reflect the change I made. My application is now being detected here. And my I don't know why my arithmetic expression is way over here. The order of these things is really struggling with it. Okay, so I think we fixed this test. Let's go check out this this here. Come to our terminal. Let's run this. We'll do a commit here in a second. Unexpected plus. Oh no. Unexpected plus. I know why, but that's just because it says that you can't add a function. Either that or it should be. Oh no. Function expression. Hang on. DieSlang. I don't think I actually. I didn't break my test, but my DieSlang expression isn't necessarily passing. All right, so that didn't fix it. I was so excited. But I was wrong. Now I'm confused why this doesn't work. Arithmetic expression. If I put arithmetic expression here, unexpected plus. Okay, DieSlang expression inner. Oh, hang on, that's not what I want to do. Hang on, arithmetic expression, run this test. Divro says, lift and weights want to be swole, but currently looking for a second hand treadmill to get rid of some extra weight on myself. Good for you. Good for you. Weights are my least favorite exercise. Let's see what this is actually giving us back. Because we want it to be, at the end of the day, when we parse this thing, it should be the following. I expression expected should be a new addition expression. And then on the left side, we should have a new apply function expression. The apply function should be the function expression should be a new identifier value, exp. That's the name of the function, so it's the identifier for it. And then the argument should be a new int value 2. And then we should have a new int value 7 on the right side. So I know it's a little tricky to look at here, but this is the exp2. Then this is the 7 on the right side, and then this is the addition expression. So this is what we should expect. So we want to assert equal expected and the result dot value. So do these two things match? Let's run this test and find out when we do it as an arithmetic expression. This is like kind of mind-blowing to me that this works, but if I do DieSlang expression, it doesn't. But my guess, so I have the conditional operator first. If I do DieSlang expression, the parse fails. Or if it works, my mind will, I won't know what's going on and my brain will explode. Okay, so it does fail with the plus. I do a conditional expression here. Let's check this out. The conditional expression. Okay, so conditional expression is allowing it to be parsed. And we end up with just apply function on the left. Okay, so this kind of makes sense. This kind of makes sense because a conditional expression for the Boolean can be just, okay. A conditional expression can be just. This is interesting that a conditional expression, arithmetic expression is like the first thing. I think we're gonna end up with like a left recursion, infinite recursion if we do this though. The conditional expression, technically you could have like if and then evaluate a function. So the thing that's going on here is if you I can't write it here because this, but I can have if and then call a function here f of 5, then I want this to be a valid expression by the parser. And And so when I put it, I'm checking for a valid conditional expression here. And then it says, oh, I found one. This thing could technically be a valid. If we had a type checker, this wouldn't be a problem. But we're parsing this out. Fuels now says, what do you think, or what do you think, I think is what WDTYT is. What do you think about testing the parser by having a stable to string method on the expression and then do string compare? That's a great idea. I've done this in Haskell. Haskell has something called quick tests. That would be an excellent thing to do. That means, this is a great idea. It's have a pretty print for my function, for all of my expressions. That's an excellent idea. I have done that when I've written other languages, other DSLs in Haskell, because Haskell just makes it really easy to add them in there. I think that's an excellent idea. Phil Snabble, I haven't used F# enough. I tried using F# a little bit in December, and it just made me frustrated because I'm so used to doing functional programming in Haskell. I felt like I was fighting the type checker. That said, I need to use F# more. I need to use the F# more because I'm sure I will love it. I thought I was going to fall in love with it so quickly. FS check works with C#. It's like quick check. Ooh, I'm going to have to look into that. All right, let's see if we broke everything. Did I actually switch these? I did. I'm a little worried that this is going to cause an infinite recursion. It's still test application and binary operator. I'm still fascinated that this is, Oh, because this is the conditional expression here. Dice-lang expression. Not sure if my link came through. It did. Let me get that here. It's one of the great libraries for F# in my humble opinion. What is FS check? Fast check, probably. It's a tool for testing .NET programs automatically. Let's run all of our tests real quick while it's running. I gotta bookmark this because I miss. This is amazing. Fuel Snabble for such an excellent suggestion here, because I'm so looking forward to looking at this here. 50 points. Thank you so much. So now we've broken some of our other tests here. Yeah, so this was sort of important for our other expressions. So now I'm getting, all right, so this means, let's put this back. I'm going to revert this. Do our conditional expression first. Okay. So we want to, the order of operations is important here for this type of expression. We want to find, when we're doing the conditional expression, it's great. I love, if it's anything like quit check, I'm sure it's great. Counterproofs. Ooh, I like that. I gotta look into this. That sounds and looks amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. We're gonna take a look at this. We'll probably look at it tomorrow or next week, because I love this type of thing. Simplifying how you write tests is such a good thing. So we actually have a little issue in our grammar. I do want to do the conditional expression first, I think, but our conditional expression cannot be followed by an operator, is essentially what's happening here. So what's happening is it finds our function application here cannot be followed by an operator. If it's followed by an operator, it cannot possibly be a conditional expression. So that is where our parser is failing. We also got a new crew member, folks. So before we fix this grammar, I gotta let Stonehenge33 know that they are now a welcomed member to the crew. Stonehenge33, I'd like to thank you on this beautiful day, my friend. Yes, Stonehenge33, welcome to the crew. Stonehenge33, thank you so much for the follow, Stonehenge. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I am Captain Coder. I am a computer science educator. I teach computer science at a school for ages 10 to 14. But on this stream, we try and do a new project every week, every 2 weeks. We started this project last Saturday. We're gonna keep going today and tomorrow. I think we'll start a new project on Monday. It's gonna be a like 7-day project. We've streamed it 5 days so far. We are someone on the Discord, so if people ever want to suggest projects, you can do so. But someone on the Discord suggested we do a project here where we create our own programming language. And so that's what we're doing. We're writing a programming language. I call it DiceLang++. So I implemented like a smaller version of this for just like string expressions in C#. But we're adding in conditional expressions and functions. We're writing ourselves a Turing-complete functional programming language in which dice notation is a numeric type in the language. It's a primitive numeric type. So if I did in my language 3d6 here, 3d6 plus 5, this represents rolling 3 6-sided dice and adding 5 to it. So it's a language that supports randomness directly in its numeric types. But welcome aboard. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I always love entertaining questions. Just keep them family friendly. They don't have to be programming related. I love questions about the captain. I love weird questions too, so feel free to ask them. But happy to have you here. Welcome aboard. All right. So we were in the process, we discovered there's a bug in our conditional expression related to our function application expression. So our function application expression can be a bool value so long as it isn't followed by any of our arithmetic operators. Art Berkless asks, which die configures are supported? Any die configuration with positive numbers. So the die configuration must have the syntax is integer, D integer, and it has to be positive integer, D positive integer. So 1D, 71 would be one 71-sided die. If I did 17, that'd be 17 71-sided die. I can have as many as I want here. I think you might end up with some it's an integer value, so overflow is totally possible here. But any die configuration, so long as you have an integer on the left and an integer on the right. Currently, the language only supports integers on the left and right. I do think I want to extend the syntax to allow functions, so I could do xd71. So you might be able to say like roll 6. As a function name and give it an X, and this will roll that many 6-sided die. But yes, it supports any configuration right now, as so long as it is a positive number on both sides. It'll actually be a parser error. Otherwise, it'll say like this just isn't supported. Making it have variables in there adds some interesting challenges. That said, Art, welcome back. Welcome aboard, my friend. I have a question, Han So High says. Why are so many languages nowadays looking like C? It's a good question. I don't know if I think that there are many languages that look like C. I actually feel like in general, we are somewhat deviating from C. I think a lot of the languages fall into the category of being C-like languages. So I know, for example, C++ like is almost what I'd say, C and C++ like, where they use the curly braces. I think it is just to make it easier. Ideally, originally it used to be to make it easier for someone to change programming. So for example, Java, they specifically made it look similar to C++ and tried to tell people, hey, you come from C++ to Java, boom, you're easy. You're gonna know how to do it. And so the idea is to try and convince people to do it. It seems, Fuel Snowball says, curly brackets is the agreed standard. Yeah, so I think it's just, that's how they did it initially. And I will say that when you create a language that uses curly braces like that, it's much easier to parse. So if you were to write your own parser, you will find quickly, oh, that's why they're doing that with these languages, because trying to figure out how to do it in a way that doesn't have the indentation or doesn't have this or doesn't have that becomes very, very challenging to do. Or not challenging, but your parser ends up being slower. So it turns out that the parsers are written in a way for performance. So the C language is written that way to make it easier to parse and faster to parse. I think. Fuels down says there's a version of Python called Python that is a braced Python. That's fascinating.
Whoa.
Corfless, raiding the captain today. We've got Corfless with a raid. Corfless, my friend, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Shout out, Corfless. Folks, if you guys don't know, Corfless, incredibly talented, fun individual, always hanging out over here on Captain Coder's Academy. A very welcome member of the crew. He's a streamer as well. What were you streaming today? TIS? Were you doing TIS 100 again today? Variety streamer over there. A wonderful guy. Give him some love. Go check him out. But we love having you here, Core. How did you make progress? Fuel Snabil, thank you so much for the link. Python with curly braces. I don't know how I feel about that. That feels just like a silly thing to do. Python with curly braces. That's funny. Level 13 to 15 right now. Congratulations, Corfless. All right, so we want to fix this grammar, the bool val, and so I'm gonna create another type here. Func apply bool. Is going to be a func apply expr and then followed by not an operator, like this. So it can't have an operator after it, and then we're gonna put that in there. And again, this feels maybe a little gross, but we're gonna update our grammar to be this. Because right now when it gets that conditional expression, it's fine and it's saying like, oh, well, I have a plus after this, so I don't know what to do. So it's successfully parsing the function apply. So let's add this to our parsers. And someone much smarter than me could probably come up with a better way to do it. And if I simplified my language to use, so here's the thing, if I had my language using curly braces and all sorts of stuff, I could actually get it to, I'm challenging myself to write the grammar to be this type of language. I've never done a language that doesn't have the curly braces, that doesn't enforce, ordering. And so this is a challenge for me to write my parser this way. I'm learning a lot by doing it. And I got to do a little bit of research, I think, but let's open up our conditional parser here. Instead of doing our apply function expression, we're going to have another expression in here, public static parser I expression. And this is going to be our bool. Let's see, what did I call it in my grammar? Bool, a function apply bool. Func apply bool expression. And essentially, this is going to be, and I've done this a couple other places, this is going to be our apply function expression, and then not followed by, let's go to our parser, our value parsers. Essentially, we want to make sure that we're not followed by any of our operators like this. So the problem is it's being followed by some of the operators. And so right now, if it's followed by an operator, it says, oh, hey, I'm not okay with that. So I'm going to do followed by not operator. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to do something kind of like this, bool identifier. I wonder if, let me think here. Essentially, it's almost identical to this. So it's almost identical to this. The only difference is that we start with the apply func expression. And then we say, it has to be an apply func. And we'll call this app apply. Rename this real quick. Apply. And it can't be followed. So apply func here. And I think this will fix our parser here. Lance says, time appropriate greetings, everyone. Enjoying a chill morning, not working. Just woke up. I need coffee, but it's far. It's far. Are you saying it's far? You're far away from your coffee? It's too far to reach it? Anyway, good morning, Lance. I'm happy to have you here on this BEA beautiful Saturday. I hope you get yourself some dark fuel here shortly to get yourself that boost. But good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Lance, how is your space game coming along? I'd love to know more. And folks, guys, if you don't know, Lance over on the Discord has this incredible, that's right, the bean juice, Han, the bean juice. If you guys don't know, over on the Discord in our project sections, in your share work, Lance has this incredible project. You gotta check this thing out. Look at this, yet another space game. The progress on this is incredible. If you're not on the Discord, you're missing out. I'm not saying you have to be on the Discord, but you're missing out. Look at this incredible progress that Lance keeps giving us updates on. I love Lance. Thank you so much for all of your updates on this. Thank you for constantly sharing this with me and the crew. We love having you here. This is beautiful stuff. If you want updates, you can register for updates. You don't have to register for updates, but I love knowing more about these. I'm looking forward to your next update, my friend. This stuff is always incredible. Yeah, before I forget, folks, we do have a giveaway going on. We do have a giveaway going on later today. If you want to win yourself a Captain, I'm getting distracted again. You can win yourself a Captain Coder hologram. 4 hours. That's how much time you have left to get in on this giveaway. The Captain Coder official. The official Captain Coder desk piece, folks. The official Captain Coder desk piece hologram could be yours. Look at this. Comes with this remote. You can set the colors you want. You can make it flash. Come on, flash for me, baby. Flash. Hang on. I think this remote might be running out of juice. I swear you can make it flash. This remote needs a battery replaced. There it goes. Look at this. If you join in on this is the only way to get it. You can't buy one of these. Our very own MMO Pug has graciously donated a bunch of swag to us. We're giving it all away. All you got to do to get that, hop on the Discord, hit that little reaction there. That little reaction there, and you are entered to win later today. We will be having a winner. I will ship it anywhere that the United States Postal Service will let me ship it. So be sure to sign up for that. Get yourself your very own Captain Coder desk piece. You could, guaranteed, folks, guaranteed to give you up to 17% extra coding powers. Fuel says, I have joined too many Discord servers and solutions. Let's create a new Discord server for extra hype people. Yeah, I've actually considered, I think it might make some sense for a couple of us, our streamers. We should maybe merge our Discords together. I think that might be a good way to get the community, to grow the community a little bit better. That said, I'm not sure. I'd have to talk with some people, see if they'd be interested in that. Also, some people might be turned off by a Discord server that has like all sorts of extra stuff. I don't know. I have plans though this summer. I want to bring more people into Captain Coders Academy. I want to make Captain Coders Academy a collaborative group for people who want to learn and code and grow together. I want to bring in more streamers into Captain Coders Academy. Okay, so we have OR expressions. The question is, will it pass? Did I break everything? Will adding this in here break anything? Corvus says, thank you for the early congrats regarding my progress in TIS 100. Hope for me to finish to make a rectangle maker function in TIS 100 assembly. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. Why won't you pass, my friend? Conditional expression. Conditional expression. I didn't mean to click run test there. I wanted to click it here. Conditional expression should fail now. But it's still passing. I don't understand this. Functional, apply function expression, conditional. Because I didn't actually put this here. All right. Bool value expression, bool identifier. Okay. Let's try it now. Yeah. Please give me a pass. I'd like to. That's not what I want. Finding identifier label value now. So it can't have a parenthesis after it. Okay. So in this case, would it make sense to add in an open parenthesis here in our reserved bought. I think it makes sense. Operators, technically this parenthesis, not really an operator, but let's see. Because now essentially I think it is still finding the expression because the F can't be a function applied. Okay, cool. So now it's failed. It shouldn't pass there. That's what I wanted. Dice ling expression. See, if we broke everything else, this is where these tests are going to come in handy, because if this succeeds, I'll be happy. And then please all continue to work is the question. Do all of my past tests continue to work? Or did we regress? Okay, all of our tests passed, folk. Let's give this program another try. Let's give this program another try. Okay, that works. And the thing that caught me on to this is I wanted to make sure that when we do a roll function like this, and I'm relatively positive, this should not exponent. This should be roll 5 is equal to roll 5. These should not be equal. This should not pass an equality check here, because it should actually roll a new D100 here. Excellent. That's exactly what I want. Whereas if we did let roll 2, I can't put numbers in here. My identifiers need to get fixed. Roll other equals 1D100 in. This should always be true. Roll other should always equal roll other, because this gets evaluated once. It's strictly evaluated. So this should always be true. We'll run it twice just to make sure. And then the probability of it not being true. Fantastic. We're gonna do a commit here. We done did it, folks. You saw it here first at Captain Coder's live stream. You were here before anyone else saw it. We fixed our partition issue related to relational operators. Wait, why should roll 5 not equal to roll 5? Oh, you're wondering like this, roll 5? You're asking why this? So this here returns false. Just so you know, I don't have a not equals yet. I do not have a not equals yet. There's only equals. And then I'd have to put, I could do a not here to do not equals. That's what not equals currently, that's the way you could mimic here. This should be false because it's actually, the function is rolling 1D100 for the left side and then 1D100 for the right side. Because it's a function, this doesn't get called, this doesn't get evaluated until this function. So the body of the function is not evaluated until it is called, until it's applied here. So this should be false, but this one should be true because this is evaluated at that moment. So when it's sort of the order of when it's evaluated is important here. Did that answer your question, Art? Let me know. Good. It's an excellent question. It has to do with the semantics of 1D when we do dice rolls. Could it not? It could be equals. It could be equals, but the probability of it being equal. So if I did the following, if I did 1D2 here, notice this 5 is doing nothing. This 5 is ignored. If I did 1D2, we have a really high probability of them being equal, a 50-50 chance. So it should be true sometimes. It should be true sometimes. It should be true sometimes. Come on. There it goes. It's true sometimes. There it is. So it's true sometimes. It should, not that it should never be equals, it's that it should, sorry, I apologize. It should be unlikely to be equal because it's rolling two different numbers. Whereas this one is guaranteed to be equals. Roll other. And this is just a bad variable name. Roll other is guaranteed to be equal because it's the same value. This gets evaluated as it's running. Roll other gets evaluated exactly once. Whereas this is evaluated to a function value that when that function is applied, this gets rolled. Tommy Luco says, yo, how's it going? It's going beautifully well, Tommy Luco. How are you today? How are you on this beautiful Saturday? I hope you're having a beautiful Saturday. Folks, I gotta give a shout out to my favorite streamer here, Art Berkless, the incredible, the insatiable, the incredibly handsome Art Berkless, folks. Incredibly talented painter, artist, game developer, working on his game, The Warlock's Gauntlet. It's swords and sorcery themed, first person hack and slash. Incredible streamer, folks. My favorite place to be on stream. Be on Twitch. My favorite place to be on Twitch. If Art's on and I'm available, I'm over there. Because Art stream is so fun. The community you're fostering is beautiful, my friend. Art is creating his, not only is he making a game called The Warlock's Gauntlet, he's creating the engine that runs the whole game. So he's not using Unreal Engine, he's not using Unity, he's not using Godot. He's writing the whole engine himself in C++. It's an incredible place to hang out and learn. And just Art's just a fun guy to talk with. Very, very much enjoyed. And the game is so fun. Gonna be coming to a Steam store near you, a Steam page coming soon. Coming soon. Tommy Luke says, I'm doing great. I'm just tried out my new sriracha-like sauce. Ooh, I used similar ingredients, but I boosted it with Carolina Reapers. Ooh, I love that spice. I love that spice. Phil Sam says, Art Vandelay. Brilliant Seinfeld reference, I promise. Yes, Art Vandelay. No, Art Berkless. Art Berkless. The insatiable Art Berkless. You're welcome, Art. No, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for having such an amazing community. Thank you for getting, so Art, you were the first person that encouraged me to promote myself, especially in your channel. I wasn't really doing much promoting of myself before that. So Art, I attribute much of the success of my Captain Coder community to you, just so you know that. I appreciate you encouraging me to promote myself in places. Yeah, you're an inspiration to me, you really are. So I appreciate that. All right, folks, we're gonna do a commit here. Get status, get add, get status, get commit dash m fix. So we fixed fix parser for func apply in conditional expr. There we go. Seriously, Art, I think I started watching your stream, and you know, at that point, I don't know if you remember, but you basically forced me to promote myself. You pulled it out of me, and I was like, because I get so nervous doing any sort of self-promotion on my for me. It makes me, I don't want, I don't know why. It's very hard for me to do self-promoting. Tommy Luke says, yeah, it's not spicy if it doesn't start tickling your ears when eating it. So let me tell you about Carolina Reaper. I love me some good Carolina Reaper. When I was living in New England, there was a restaurant there that had this spicy Carolina Reaper cheese. They had a burger, it was like the Reaper burger, but you could sign a waiver. So you could get it, and it was spicy on its own, but you could sign a waiver, and they would put like whole Carolina Reapers on it. So I love spicy food. I love going to spicy food festivals. Me and a couple other people there, I was like, let's do it. And I was the only one that could eat it. Everyone else was just dying. I felt really, really bad. But I will say Carolina Reaper is incredibly spicy, but I love the way it tastes. I absolutely love it. But yeah, I've eaten just like a whole Carolina Reaper peppered just by itself. Roasted, not raw. So it was roasted and on a burger. I suspect I could eat one not on a burger as well. All right, folks, for being here to witness this momentous occasion, we just fixed this bug. We can now do equality checks on function calls here. So if I do exp to the 8th, 2 to the 8th, what would be 2 to the 8th? Let's do 2 to the 3 because my brain can do that. We could do this. 2 to the 3rd power should be 8. Let's run it. But you guys were here to witness it. So 50 points to all of you for being here on this beautiful day. Thank you guys so much. Tommy Luco says, yeah, I have a Carolina Reaper sauce also, which is induced further up to 2.2 million Scoville. It's not just burning spicy, it's taste amazing. That's my big thing. I love when something tastes good too. All right, so we're gonna cross this off our list. I already crossed it off the list. Woo, where'd my list go? I lost my list, folks. I lost my list. Give me a second to open this back up. But yeah, we just finished this. Fixed the parsing issue. I'm gonna go and cross that off. We're gonna take a little break here. All right, so we just crossed this one off. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for your support, as always. Welcome to Lurk Mode, Tommy Luco. Welcome to Lurk Mode. I'm gonna go get myself some more bean water, folks, because our break timer got messed up earlier. We've been going for almost, add 20, 30 minutes to this. So we're gonna get ourselves some more bean water. We're gonna get ourselves some regular water, because I'm out of that too. When we come back, we're gonna do some stretching. So get yourself ready to stretch. Get yourself prepared for that. Get your cousin, get your uncle, get your dog, get your cat, get them all in the room, because we're gonna stretch, take care of our bodies when I come back. So stay tuned, stay tuned. And the captain's back, folks. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting like that, but I needed some more bean water. I needed some more dark fuel to fuel this escapade into functional programming, into creating a programming in C#, folks. But we are back. We are back, and you know what that means? We got to get some stretchage in. So get on up. So we're gonna do some stretching. We're gonna do some stretching and take care of ourselves. Look, the captain loves you. That's me. I'm the captain. I love you, which means you should love you. And if you love you, you in the back. Pay attention. Pay attention back there. If you love you, you should love your body. And one way you can love that body is by getting up and stretching. So get on up with me. We're gonna do some stretches, folks. Gonna do some stretches. Take that arm. Take that right arm. Put the palm on the back if you can reach it. If you can, we're gonna be getting a little bit of a side stretch in here. Grab that elbow. If you're not feeling anything, if at any point you feel any pain, go ahead and stop. I'm gonna grab that elbow, just pull it across here. Oh yeah, get that nice stretch in. Get that nice stretch. If you're still not feeling it, lean into it. You can lean into the side there, get an even deeper stretch. Oh, and just hold this here. We're gonna hold this for another 15 seconds, folks, and just take care of ourselves the best we can. Because you deserve it. You deserve to love your body. Your body deserves it. You're a beautiful person. You're a wonderful person. Oh, yeah. Oh, and let it go there. Roll it out a little bit. Take that other one. Put that palm on your back there. Grab that elbow. Pull it across if you need to get that extra stretch. And just lean into it if you need to get a little stretch in there. Oh, doesn't it feel good to get that blood flowing? Let's hold this for another 20 seconds, folks. Just feeling that blood gush in and out of that heart muscle, taking care of ourselves, really loving ourselves, doing the best that we can because you deserve it. You really do. And thank you guys so much here for being here with me, helping me to feel like I'm a wonderful person. So I appreciate that. Let's get a nice big breath in, stretch up. Reach up as high as you can. Get up on those tippy tops. Get up on those tippy tops. Oh, doesn't it feel good? Reach up as high as you can. Hold it here 10 seconds. Engage that core. Engage that core. Breathe normally. I always hold my breath when I do this. I don't mean to hold my breath. All right. Deep breath in. And as you exhale, we're going to roll down. Go ahead and come down. Hinge at the hips, folks. Hinge at the hips. Get a nice glute stretch. Oh. Glutes, lower back. Glutes and lower back here. Try and keep those legs straight. Don't lock the knees though, because you don't want to cut off that blood flow. Don't think about touching the ground. Think about hinging at the hips. And we're just gonna hang here. Try not to arch your back. Instead, again, focus on hinging at the hips. Just breathe normally. Just really taking care of ourselves. Taking this moment to really think about how lovely it is that we can be here on this amazing community on Twitch with all these developers doing amazing, incredible things, and you're a part of it. All right, breathe in. We're gonna breathe in 5 seconds. As you breathe in, slowly roll up and bring those shoulders up, back, and down, and roll them back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Add the elbow. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Roll them forward. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbow. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, shake it out, folks. Doesn't it feel great to be alive? Doesn't it feel great to take care of ourselves, to love your body, to love yourself? Thank you guys so much for joining me in those stretches. I know you did. For joining me in those stretches. 50 points to all of you beautiful people. We're gonna hop back in here. Lance saying, pouting Lance. The coffee timer was not set correctly last night. Bummer. There is no coffee. No, the bean water failed you. The bean water machine got you. Fortunately, there is a brew button, but you have to wait a little bit. Well, I hope you're able to get some coffee after that stretch, my friend. The next time, I thought you had disappeared. Well, I think I was just hinged over, taking care of my hips there. Not my hips, doing my glutes and lower body stretch. So I apologize if I was gone off the stream. McNets, never fear, the captain is here, folks. Come on, camera, find me. Find me, camera. There you go. Okay. So we have our language here. What's next? What's next? Let's look at our list here. Language level errors. Yes. So currently I think I can do something like can I induce an error? Let me see if I can induce an error real quick. Yes, I can induce an error in the following way. Let t equals true. I'm pretty sure I can induce an error, so if I run this, it still builds. Devereaux says you might want to add some more neck stretches. Most people have a problem with their because they sit like shrimps in front of the computer. Yeah, I should start doing some more neck stretches on stream. I do them occasionally, but not enough. This should be a lowercase t. The error message here is bad. This should build, all right. But now if I do the phone, I think I can do plus t here, and it's gonna parse fine, but I think I'm gonna get an exception that says that I can't add these two things together. Specified method is not supported. So this is you'll notice this is a C# error. I really want this to say, this needs to be a language specific error saying, hey, at runtime, this parsed fine, but when I went to run it, there's no type checking. When I went to run it, this T was a Boolean and I can't add a Boolean to this expression. And this is gonna force me to write a pretty printer for my expressions as well so I can get better information out of it. Deborah, I think that's a good idea. And more neck stretches. It's one of the reasons I do the shoulder rolls is because a lot of people, especially me, hunch over really, really bad when they're at a computer. And so those rolls, I think, really help with the upper back challenges that I have had in the past from sitting at a computer. But I think neck stretches are a really, really good idea. I'll absolutely consider that. Okay. So this should produce a language level error. And so I think I need to add in an error type into my language. So that way when we evaluate, it evaluates to an error rather than, why is my camera off center again? Hang on, there we go. Evaluates to an error that will hopefully give us some important information rather than just specified method not supported. So that's what we're gonna do next. So in my values, let's close everything here. Close others. Let's find our value. In fact, we're just gonna add in a new value here. It's gonna be an error type and it's gonna have a string associated with it. So value error. The other thing is we can make it so that we can like raise errors in the language at some point. We're not gonna do that just yet, but we're gonna add the ability to raise them. And the thing with an error is it sort of just like propagates through your program. I think it's gonna be an error monad type where it can either be a value. So everything can either be a value or an error. Is that how I wanna do it? Let me think. But let's add in an error type here. Int value, error value. All right, so error value, we'll have a string message. Okay. And toInt won't be supported. So we shouldn't ever, is that right? If we try and turn it to an int. Oh, this is so interesting. toInt, we'll do it this way. Pretty print will just be message. Well, actually, we'll do this. Error with our message in there. Like that. It evaluates just to the error value. This is interesting. It's an interesting idea. Because rather than throwing an exception, this kind of makes me think I need to rethink my value type here. Whereas when we do toInt, should be a language error. And when we call to int, it should return, really this should return an int. I think our I value should really return an int value, I think, here. And it's sort of like an either int value or error message. Int value. I think I want this to return an int value. And this should return a bool value. Like this. So I can still use it in that way. And it's either this or a cast exception. Or a cast exception. I really got to rethink how I'm doing this. Let me think. I'm noodling through it in my head real quick. Because this error is sort of coming here. My bool value is trying to cast to an int. I just get this not supported exception. Whereas it really should give me back a casting exception. A cast, like an error message. Just return an error message. So I almost want this to be an I expression or value. And I think I'm going to do an int value or an error value. I think I need to make an error type. Error value. Let me look at how this is being used. In my arithmetic expression, my relational operator is doing the two ints on it. Yeah, this is where this is interesting. This is interesting. Let me think. How do I want to deal with this error value here? This should be an in-language error expression. Okay, so I think I want to make, let's try it with this here. We're going to do an I value. Is there an optional type or an either type in C#? C# either type. How do you use either type in C#? Is there an either? Is there a proposed usage of either? Doesn't look like they have a built-in either. Let's keep Googling here for a second. Either monad in C#, a functional approach. Validation with either. It could also just be so either is kind of like a result monad. McNett says either in C#. Yeah, I know. It'd be nice. So never heard of it. The idea here is that this toInt should not be a C# int. I want to prevent this C# level exception from happening. And when we do when we try to essentially we're trying to cast it. And so when we cast it to an int, if we can't become an int, it should be a language level error rather than a C# exception. So that's what we're looking at now to get better support in our language for better error. So I'm kind of trying to think, well, I kind of want it to be an int value. So this toInt should be like the language level int value or an error. So I kind of want this type here that's like either. But really it's like an error, an optional error. So it'd be like an error type wrapped with this. Int.tryparse. No. So I understand. To subclass, right? Casting means superclass to subclass. Not quite. It means that your casting is a little bit different than inheritance. So that casting would mean that like code like this. Let me write a little example code here for you. Let's put this back as an int real quick. McNets, I don't want to do tryparse here. So tryparse isn't quite right. if I was writing a C# program, I'd do a try parse. You are correct that I would use try parse that way. I'm trying to make it so in my language, so check it out. In my language, this is not the C# language, and I'll talk about subclass casting in a second, Han. Just give me a moment. Right here, I have this expression. This is a new number on the left side. This is gonna be an integer. This t is a variable. It's a true. I cannot do addition on this. I can't add these things together. And so this should actually produce, in my mind, this should produce a runtime error. In my language, right now I get a C# exception. Right now I get a C# expression, and what I want is my language to have support that says at runtime, it yells at it. Exactly. So it's not gonna be JavaScript. Instead, this will be a runtime error that says, hey, you can't add these two types together. It just doesn't work. I hope that makes sense. So my parser is smart enough that if I try and do this, it actually says, hey, this is, oh, sorry, if I try and do true here, you would get an exception here. You'd actually get a thing that says, I can't parse this together with true on the right side. Oh man, 5 should work though. 5 doesn't work, I'm gonna be real sad. 5 works though. So my parser is smart enough to know that, hey, if I happen to have a Boolean here, that's not a thing. We're not gonna do type checking, McNets. You are correct. We're not gonna do type checking yet. We might write a type checker, so that's a whole nother level. That's a whole nother level up. I still need to make it so that at runtime, if I try and do this addition here, it doesn't know how to handle it. Right now it's a C# exception. ATO, and I'm sorry, I forget how to pronounce, but ATO, accepting object. So our language doesn't support objects yet. That's on our to-do list. That's a bonus today. I don't know if we're gonna make it there. The language Diceling doesn't support it yet. And also, Proton, hello, my friend. Welcome aboard. Everyone, please welcome the insatiable Proton. Proton is an astounding Commodore 64 coding guru, graphician, musician, legend. He's an absolute legend. Give him some love, folks. We love Proton Fig. So Han, there's a little bit of a difference in casting. Casting says just treat this thing as another thing. So you could do it with subclass, but you can also do things in C# like the following. Let me go to my program here. You can do the following. So this isn't casting. So int x equals 5.7. And I'm gonna say, just treat this as an int. So this thing on the right side, it says just cast it to an int. An int and a float, an int and a double are not subclasses of each other. So this is just saying, just treat this thing on the right side as an integer. So it has nothing to do with subclass. And you were correct though, that I could do something like object f equals, and then just cast something to an object of hello. And this will just force it to, I don't even have to do the cast here actually. Hello is an object, but if I do a casting, it does also kind of work with subclassing as well. But it doesn't necessarily mean casting. Just says, hey, I would like you to treat this thing as a different data type. And oftentimes this means that you're going to lose information when you do that. So for example, when we go from from a double to an int, we lose information. Whereas if we go from if we had an integer on the right, so sorry, we lost some streamage there, so I apologize. I don't know what's going on with my connection today. I apologize about that. Second time today, which is a bummer. But I hope that was helpful, Han. And I hope that kind of makes sense. Casting can be done with subclasses, superclasses. Doesn't always have to be the case though. They don't always have to be related that way. There just has to be what's called an explicit conversion. Stream's back, I think, though. Maybe John, welcome back to the crew, my friend. So sorry about the crash, folks. I don't know exactly what happened there. All right, but we're trying to add in language level errors. And so the way I'm considering doing this, I need I need this to have more information. When I try to do something to an int, it needs to return. I could make this just be an I expression, but then I have all this extra overhead I have to do elsewhere, which I might still have to do. So I'm considering the following, of making this return. I'm considering creating a type called a cast public want a casting type, so I want to be able to pull out the raw type in there as well. A public class cast value of type T, and so I should be able to do it. Any idea why your stream DJES very often? I don't know. DCs, I think you're asking why my stream's having issues. Today I'm not sure. Normally it isn't a problem. Today seems to be an issue. So I'm not sure. So this will be a I expression. I want to be able to propagate the error out when this happens. So when I do a cast, I don't want the whole program to cache. Dies very often. I haven't had issues in the past. Today it seems to be more frequent. Yeah. So have you noticed it dying other days? Today is the only day I'm noticing it. That's not true. In the past I've noticed it, but it's usually like a hiccup and then it comes back. Usually it's not an issue. I think today's just a weird day. Yeah, only today. And if you go to the YouTube stream from what I can tell doesn't have that hiccup. So my guess is there's something going on with Twitch today, maybe some maintenance. I'm not sure. So my question is with this cast value. I should get back. So the idea I'm trying to go with here is a cast value of int here. So I'm either going to get a cast value or an error. And so I can have something called a public, I can have a public bool was successful. So this is kind of like my try parse. I'll have a get on that. And then we can have an error message, public, and maybe I should make this a record, I'm not sure. Public string error message like this. So a cast value can either be successful or have an error message about it. Maybe I don't need this to be an expression. I'm just curious how I'm going to propagate it through. That's the question, is how am I going to propagate it through? So I have to think this through. Proton says, official stream coming up. Nice little stream schedule for us there, Proton. I appreciate it. I hope I'm able to check it out. What time zone is that? Am I missing the time zone? She's at 1630, 1700, and 2000 hours. What time zone though? So the idea here is when we construct a cat, and maybe this should be a struct actually. I'm not sure. When we can, well, maybe not. It shouldn't be a struct because it has a string inside of it. So that would be an indicator to me that it shouldn't be a struct actually. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure if that's true. Public cast value. We have to, yeah. So public cast value. We need another thing that sort of tells us whether or not it can cast to that type. So when we construct it, public cast value needs to be able to essentially take in. We're gonna do a dependency injection that says when I construct this thing, I have to tell it how to do the caster. Public and our caster. So let's create a delegate. So public delegate caster. So this is going to return a T caster of type T. No, it returns a bool. but it's a function that accepts an I expression, and then an out T result like that. So we're gonna have a delegate called a caster that we have to provide for, that basically tells us how we're gonna attempt to do an I expression to the result. Like that. Let's see here. So when we cast the value, we have to provide, maybe I actually just want this to be a cast result. Let's change this to cast result. Cast result. And all I need is this information for it. A cast result could actually be a T public record. Maybe we can be smarter about this. A cast result. Cast result. T. Yeah, this might return a cast. A caster of type T. Cast result of type T. This is the expression to cast. A cast result of type T is a bool was successful, and then we'll have a T result or a string error message. Okay, I think this encapsulates the idea of, like, if it was successful, we'll have a result, otherwise we'll have an error message. So I could say this would be a cast result of type T, but more specifically, we might want to have a thing where our values actually provide a caster of type T. And I think that would make more sense. Because most things are not going to be castable. And then we could provide, so for example, I could have a yes, and if we have this cast result here, so this will actually provide a cast result, and then we can just have like a default one of these cast results, public static error, error. This is going to return a cast result of type T, doesn't matter, error type T, and it's going to take in a string error, and it's going to return a new cast result, false, default, and error. And it doesn't like default here. It's saying that T, we need a T that has a defaultable. Can we do that? I know that there's a way to specify C# generic type defaultable. Default or for generic type. There's a way where, no, there's no option for default types for generic type. Your second option is often the best option. I thought we could specify that we want it to have a default. Interesting here. Null reference argument for the parameter result. Let's just do a T question mark then. Error has the same type as the type parameter. Oh, that makes sense. There we go. So we're gonna say that the T, I don't want it to be nullable. I think I'm okay doing this and saying that it is null sometimes, because it will only be null. It's an error, so you shouldn't access this thing anyway. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll leave that error in, that warning in, to keep, like, make me rethink this idea here. That said, folks, we got a new crew member. We got Landon 112211. Thank you so much for the follow, Landon. Welcome to the crew, my friend. You are welcome at Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome to the crew. Landon, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, where we learn and code and grow together as a crew. We do a new project here almost every week, sometimes 3 weeks. Sometimes 2 weeks. Usually I try and do one every week. This one's taking a little longer than 1 week. I've been streaming 5 days a week. Currently I stream 5 days a week, so when I was doing 7 days a week, it seemed like we get a lot more done in 1 week. Doing 5 days a week right now, so I'm gonna say we try and do a new one every 7-ish streams. So we're on stream number 6 today. We are in the process. Someone suggested we implement a programming language, and so that's what we're doing. We're writing a language called DiceLang++. It's a language in which we have primitive type for dice rolling notation. So this is a valid numeric type in the language, which represents rolling a 100-sided die. If I put a 3 here, that represents rolling 3 100-sided dice, and you can put that in any numeric expression. So I could add 7 to it. I could add another 3d6 to it. And so dice notation is built into this language. We have a pretty solid foundation here. We're in the process of adding in language level error messages. So right now our language throws exceptions that are C# exceptions rather than our language level exceptions. So we don't have language level exceptions. When we do invalid casting, so when we try and cast from a Boolean to an integer, we have a little bit of a trouble here. Moza says, hey, I'm totally new to this channel. Can anyone tell me what this channel is about? I'd love to tell you what this channel is about, my friend. Thank you so much for popping in. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and I am a computer science educator. My full-time job is I work at a school for ages 10 to 14. I teach computer science and programming at that school. This stream is about learning and coding and growing together as a crew. So we're trying to learn something new here every week. So people, the crew suggest projects on my Discord. And here, let me find it here. My crew suggests projects on the Discord, and then we see if we can implement them in 1 week. So this project, 1 week, sometimes it's 2 weeks. One time it was 3 weeks. We are currently 100 Acres suggested creating a Captain Coder's coding language. So we're actually implementing our own programming language this week. In the past, we've done some game development. We've created some websites in JavaScript. We've done a little bit of PHP stuff on here. I did Advent of Code 2022 back in December. So we try and learn something new here every week. And we learn together as a crew. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask them. I love trying to answer your questions. Just keep them PG-11 because this is a family-friendly stream. Like I said, I work for a school ages 10 to 14, so I try and keep it accessible to them as well. So I record these videos so they can watch the thought process here. Folks, I forgot to reset my break timer. Reset break. What a fool I am. Kits Creations is here. Kids Creations, I want to thank you so much for the follow the other day. And as promised, you are now a member of the crew, which means you get yourself a little welcome on Kits Creations. Let's see here. I gotta think here. Kits Creations. It's like a weird. Here we go. I can do it. Kits Creations. Kits Creations. Welcome, my friend, to the crew. Kits Creations. I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy, where we learn to code and grow. Welcome aboard, my friend, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Kids Creations, thank you so much for popping in. Thank you for being here. Welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome to the crew. Moses says, oh, you got my undivided attention when you said creating programming language. Yeah, so we're creating a programming language called DiceLang++, and it's completely open source. If you want to check out the source code, you can. But why use C sharp? That's a great question. I thought about using F sharp. The main reason I'm using C sharp is I've written programming languages before. I've never done one in a imperative language like C sharp or Java. That's not entirely true. I've done a compiler I've written a compiler for Java in C. And so it's a little bit of a lie when I say I've never done it in an object-oriented way. And so I'm actually been learning myself some C sharp the last 2 years. Essentially, more about the last year. I've been really focusing heavy on it since last summer. But I've been using C sharp for a little less than 2 years, and so I thought, why not? And I discovered this a parser combinator called Sprack, and I wanted to see how the parser combinator worked in C sharp, and so that's why we're doing C sharp, because I wanted to practice it. MJT says, my son is 10 and pretty good with Scratch programming. What do you think would be a good first language for making ends? I could teach him C sharp, JavaScript, or Python, but do you think there's a better option? My personal opinion, MJT, is a language that has static typing. A language that has static typing. So when I say static typing, that would be like C sharp, Java. I have found as an educator, so a language where you have a compiler, not necessarily even a compiler, but it forces you to use the right types and learn about them. In my experience, students who learn a typed language first, statically typed language first, do much better transitioning to non-statically typed languages and don't have any trouble learning the static type language. They just learn that's part of the syntax. I have found the opposite is not true. When we start with students in Python or JavaScript, they really struggle to come to a language that has types, in my personal experience. If you're gonna do something with C sharp, absolutely. Some good books to recommend here. This book here, Learning C Sharp by Developing Games with Unity, is a solid book. I don't have a hotkey for it. Let me get my camera here so you can see it. This book is a pretty good book if you want to start directly going straight into Unity, which is not what I recommend. I recommend learning the basics first, but if you want to go straight into game development, this book is good. There's a new version for 2022 that might be worth picking up instead. But Learning C Sharp by Developing Games with Unity, Harrison Ferrone, the Pact book I would say is a pretty solid book for learning about object-oriented programming in C Sharp. I highly recommend it. That said, Fuel Sound says, as we talk F Sharp, sometimes I assume you need the parser combinator F parsec. I thought about doing this in F Sharp as well, but I wanted to force myself to do it in an imperative way. I've written several parsers using functional languages before, and what I will say is they really lend themselves, in my experience, to writing parsers and interpreted language. It tends to be much easier, less verbose. That said, this has been a really fun exercise. And we got another member of the crew, Mandrill Dev. Mandrill Dev, oh yeah, Mandrill Dev. Welcome, Mandrill Dev, I welcome you today. My friend, thank you for following me today. Mandrill Dev, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a beautiful day wherever you happen to be in the world. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Fuel Sound says, what's amazing but F part is that it produces good error messages for free. Yeah, so I'm assuming it's similar to the Haskell parsec. The Haskell parsec produces some really good error messages. MGT says, yeah, maybe he can do C Sharp with some Unity. Good luck with that. If you have any questions, I think you're already on the Discord, but if you're not, we have a really solid Discord community, a lot of Unity developers there, so do not hesitate to hop on there and ask questions. Of course, I know there's lots and lots of challenges. People have lots and lots of Discords they're already on, but the ask question sections, we got so many people helping each other out, especially with the game dev stuff. Fuels says, I think OCaml stands for meta language, i.e. a language that creates languages. Gotcha. Yeah, I love ML-based languages. I've used OCaml extensively for creating other programming languages and Haskell as well. And then Moza, thank you so much for the follow. Moza, yeah, Moza. I'd like to thank you for following me. Oh yeah, I said Moza. Moza. Welcome to the family, my friend. You are now a member of the captain's crew. And I don't know what I'd do without you. So Moza, welcome. Thank you for following me. Moza, welcome to the crew, my friend. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Fuelson says, yeah, Parsec stole the Parsec design. Gotcha. The first real good F-sharp lib, in my humble opinion. Now there are many fascinating. I do have a book on F-sharp that looks fabulous. I haven't gone through the whole thing, but I'm hoping to dig into it some more. Okay, so this default thing, I don't like that I'm having to put this here. That's sort of like a code smell type idea, but it shouldn't matter because when we're doing an error, it's going to be false and we shouldn't access it anyway. So I think it's semi-okay. I'm gonna leave the error in here to remind me to maybe fix it. Okay, when we do toInt now, we're gonna get a cast result. So I wanna think about when we try to cast this thing, especially, I need to think about how to use it. I need to think about how to use it, and maybe rather than a string error message, this should be our explicit error message. Can't you make T question result? So I don't want to do this. Well, let me see. You're correct. I could do this, but the idea is when this is a result, I don't want to have to now go like, oh, well, now it maybe is a thing. I want to know that for sure if this was successful, that it is that thing. You are correct, Snabble. I could do a question mark there. I'm thinking about how I'm going to use it though. All right, so let's look at our arithmetic expression real quick. And so my arithmetic expression, so the idea is how am I gonna use this here? Because this is supposed to return an I value. But, so there's this like weird thing I have to figure. So the I value is gonna end up being an error, right? So I almost want to have some link syntax with this, or I can say like, oh, well, I can do a thing here. So this can no longer just be a forward error where I get a new int value. In the happy path, that is the case. In the happy path, this is the case where you do this add here. Okay. Unfortunately, Fuel Snabble says structs and value type optionals in C# are very different. Otherwise, question mark could determine if there was a value. Yes, this is why I'm saying I almost want an error type where it's either left or right. And so I've essentially done that with my cast result here. So the idea is I'm going to do left.toInt. So I sort of am going to get a cast result here of type int. Okay. Left result is this. And the idea is I kind of want to chain this through where, so I'm gonna do a really poor design here real quick. My cast results here, I would like to make it a little bit better. I would really like to just be able to do left result plus, all right, so cast result int right result equals right.toInt as well. And then the happy path here is that this would be our result, left results dot results, right results dot results. This is the happy path. Whenever I make a poor design at work, Fuel says, I know it's going to survive for 10 years. When I do a decent one, it's gone in the next sprint. Isn't that the case? Isn't that true? So ideally, this is the case here. We do something like this, but really, what we want to do is this int value should instead, we sort of want to say, okay, well, if either of these did not parse through, we actually return the error. And in fact, we're going to start out here saying if left result dot was not successful, we return a new error value, and the message is just going to be our left result dot error message. So this is why I don't want the question mark on there, is because I won't be able to use result like this. Then I'll have to like say, oh, then I'll have to put the exclamation point here saying I promise this thing was successful. Another option would be to make it so that the result is actually like a getter that could throw an exception, which says like, well, you tried to use this in a situation where you shouldn't use it. But if write result dot was successful, so if this wasn't successful, same thing, we're gonna return the error. This is where like a nice link syntax or some chain syntax would be nice together. Error value, write results.error message. So we want to be able to pull these casts out this way. What would be really nice is if I could just do the 2int and try to sum them together, and then this thing would somehow know, oh, hey, if I happen to be an error value on the inside, I'm actually an error. And so I'm kind of trying to think through a way to do that. Kids, awesome wife. Welcome back to the stream, my friend Kit's wife. Today, oh, that was a terrible song. Sorry about that out of tune, folks. I need to get myself some auto tune here. Fuel Time says, what if cast result is a base class and you have 2 subclasses and then pattern match the good and bad values? That's not a bad idea. The pattern match there is a good idea. Fuel Snabble, I like this. I like this idea. So we have a base class. Ooh, this is an interesting idea. This is an interesting idea. We have 2 subclasses. Let me think here. The pattern match, I like the idea of the pattern match on it. We could actually do a pattern match here. So check it out. I think we can do pattern matching on it without it having a subclass. All right, so I think we can do pattern matching without it being a subclass too. It doesn't help me that much. What I really want is to chain them together. You can do a pattern matching like this in C#. It's a bit like option maybe. Yeah. So the idea is I want this to be like an either type. We have either left or right, and I want it to just sort of propagate through where the errors just sort of filter up to the top. The errors should sort of filter up to the top. And then you could potentially write some sort of try or something with it. You don't risk dereferencing the value without checking the flag. Yeah. So your suggestion, let's see if we like this. Your suggestion, let's pull this back here, would be to have a cast result. All right, so we have a cast result of type T, and this is sort of like an interface. A cast result. Can I just do? We have like an interface here that's saying, hey, we have a top class like this. So we don't have union types. So we have an interface of type T that has nothing in it. All right, but then we're gonna have 2 subclasses of cast result. So we're gonna have a public record cast success like this, and this will extend cast result of type T, and we'll have to put a T on this as well. Okay. So this makes it so that we don't have to have this error type. I think I like this. So this is just a marker type cast result. It says, hey, I'm marking that there's gonna be something underneath it. Okay, and we could have some default implementation there. Public record cast error of type T. And this one actually just has a string error message like this. And it extends cast result as well. I think I really like this actually. This is a very non-C# way to do things, by the way. Because this is just saying, hey, I really want a union type. I want a generic, I want an algebraic data type that has a union type. This is essentially saying I've just created a union type myself. But this makes it so we don't have our weird Boolean thing there, and I like that. Optionally, we could say that we could add that into the top level here. And so I kind of like this. Ratsky, welcome. We got a crew member, folks. We've got Ratsky. Welcome to the family. Oh yeah, we've got Ratsky. Yes, Ratsky, I'd like to thank you for following me today. Oh, Ratsky, I welcome you to the crew. I don't know what I'd do without you today. Yes, Ratsky, I'd like to say thank you again. Ratsky, welcome to the crew, my friend. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Fuel songs that I got for a quantity of the ideas. Sometimes I get something people like. I think I like this. It's kind of a very non. This is a. Oh, it says it should have an I on it. Okay. This is a very non-object oriented way to do things, but it makes our code. I think it's gonna make our code look kind of nice here. I think it's gonna make our code look kind of nice here in the following way. We're gonna do a switch. I think it's gonna make our code look nice. Maybe not. It's gonna be an I can do a switch on it here. So left to int like this, and we're gonna do a switch on it. Switch, and for now I'm not sure exactly. Let's do var x. I'm not sure what the variable type is yet. So left.toInt switch here, and we're gonna have why are you doing that? I should be able to do a switch. I want this syntax. What am I doing wrong here? Switch, the expression does not handle all types of input. That's fine. Default, okay. And just for now, let's put a 5 here. Okay, just to make this, for some reason it wanted to autocomplete to something else. Let's try out a thing here. And then we also got, before I continue here, folks, we got a lot of new crew members. Patrick Lori IRO. Patrick, sorry if I'm totally butchering this name, but Patrick, my friend. Thank you for following me. We've got Patrick in the crew today. Thank you for following me. I'll say, welcome my friend to the crew. Need an emote like this. Beep boop. Ooh, I love that emote. Where's that one coming from? Cash Me. I might have to go subscribe to Cash Me to get the beep boop emote like that. Since I can't add any of them, so I'm not an affiliate, so I can't add them on my own. But so happy to have you here. Patrick, I hope you're having a beautiful day. How are you on this beautiful day? This beautiful Saturday. I hope you're having a beautiful day. For me, it's a beautiful day. Any day I can get up and code is a beautiful day. And I love being here with all of you. We're making a programming language, my friends. We are creating a programming language. All right, so the idea is my left here. I'm gonna say, if we pattern match to a cast error, and this would be a string, so I don't need to put this here. Cast error of error message. This would be going to, this is interesting. Did I not call it a cast error? Requires a type int. This would return a, and do I have to put string here? Does not exist in the current string. Interesting. Okay, I'm surprised after that. I thought I would be able to figure it out. New error value error message. Okay, so we can do this. I want to be able to chain these this sort of thing together. So otherwise get an error value. Okay, so this would be our, so my question is how I'm going to use this to return. I want to just return this. This is like our result. I kind of want this idea of a monad here, this error monad of I need like this dot then thing where I can do something with the result. And the default value for an error is just return the default value. All right, so otherwise, if this was successful, it would be a cast success int, int value. Otherwise, we just return a new int value like this. Okay. And so then I guess this would have to be an I value on the left side. Yeah, applicative functors for the win. That's right. Fuel Snabble, welcome aboard. You know, Fuel Snabble. Fuel. Did you know that a monoid is just I've messed it up. Did you know a monad is just a monoid in the category of endofunctors? A monad is just a monoid in the category of endofunctors. True story, folks. True story, folks. Fuel, have you done any category theory stuff? Category theory was one of my favorite classes in grad school. Folks, warning, I'm a big math nerd. I'm a big abstract math nerd. Yes, I heard it. If this isn't, these should be the only two. So this is one thing that's a little sad here, is that it doesn't handle all the cases, but it does, technically. And so we're just gonna we'll add a default case. I think there's a default case, gonna add default case. So our I value kind of needs to be able to, either that or our cast type needs to be able to propagate itself. So I think I want my cast. So I'm gonna write a gross thing here. Just not gross isn't quite right, but this is like our left result, and this is our right result, like this. And this might actually want to be something else. This is our right results. This be the .to int on right. And part of me is thinking that in the to int, when we do the to int, we actually are going to return. Oh, to int is returning this sort of thing. But I kind of want to be like to int dot then, like that. I got a category void unit and Boolean, then I thought I got it. It doesn't really explain anything to me interesting. I would like a type nothing in C# as an opposite to object. Then the cast error wouldn't need to be generic. That's true. Scala got a nothing type and it won me over. Void type. Yeah, so we have void types in a lot of languages as well. Okay, so right value, left value. And so the idea here, is that we want to be able to sort of propagate these through. I don't know how to use this properly just yet, in this way. I've written this in a way that I'm struggling with here, because really both of these have to be int values for me to do anything useful with them. This is why I think my value needs to have like a dot then, or my cast needs to, I think my iCast needs to have a dot then that can do something with it, or return an exception, a value. So I think, all right, so I'm gonna come back here. We're still thinking through this process. I think I need something called a then. So this should return an additional, a dot then, and it's sort of like making me think maybe I need more than this. But so iCast, this is going to return an iCast result of t. I need a then that allows me to do something with it, and the input should be sort of, let's create a delegate type here just to think. A delegate here is an iCast result. And this is where the error monad, maybe this isn't an iCast result, instead it's like an error monad type. And again, this is starting to get a little bit out of left field complex. Not out of left field complex, but might be too complex for some people. Some people who don't have the context of like monad types here. So there's a level of like, maybe I want to keep it a little simpler here to make it make more sense to someone who's not familiar with functional programming, not familiar with monads in that way. But this is also very fun for me to explore this idea in C#. iCast result. This is where I'm thinking the error monad comes in here. This is going to be a then of type T, and it's going to take a T to propagate, right? So we're just sort of propagating this T along like this. And at the end of the day, the error version, the implementation for error is easy because anytime you get an error, we just say, oh, well, return ourselves. So we done. You can't do anything else with an error, just then forward it. With the success, we actually can, so the then here should actually take a then, it's like a then operator, so then is probably a bad name here. Really, this is like an action per next action, right? So this is going to be a next action of type T action. So this next action is going to be the thing that sort of performs what we're going to do here. And this one says with the next action, we're just going to ignore it. Next action of T is ignored. We do nothing with it. And then with our cast success, to perform, just says go ahead and to perform on our results. Like that. So the dot next just perform on a result, get the next thing out. So it's the next action to take. See if this works. Again, this probably shouldn't be called a cast result. This should be like an error monad is what it should be. Or like a result type. So the cast result here is probably a bad name. A better name might just be an I result, but that'd be conflicting with another type we have. Before we move on, I want to welcome to the crew Jay Hassan. Jay Hassan, my friend, welcome to the Academy. Jay Hassan, my friend, thank you for following me today. Jay Hassan, welcome aboard to the captain's crew. Jay Hassan, I welcome you on this beautiful Saturday. Jay Hassan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome to the crew. So happy to have you here on this beautiful day. I hope you're having a beautiful day, and welcome aboard. Civic Games, so sorry I missed your message there. Hello, looking like an interesting project. Yes, it's been super fun. It's been super interesting each week. So anyone who's new here, each week at Captain Coder's Academy, we try and do a new project. Someone suggested on the Discord that we implement a programming language. How would you implement a programming language? Someone asked, and so that's what we're doing. We're implementing a functional programming language called DiceLang++ that allows us to have primitive dice rolling types. Pretty cool stuff. I'm really enjoying it. If you want to check out the source code, it's available on GitHub. And I hope you learned something from it. If you do, Johnny Most, thank you for following me. Johnny Most, I'd like to welcome you to the crew. On this day, Johnny Most, I'm probably butchering your name. I apologize. Johnny Most, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. If I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, do not hesitate to correct me. I want you to feel welcome here, and one way to do that is to pronounce your name properly. So if I got it wrong, please correct me. That goes for anyone. If I'm saying your name wrong, just let me know. I want you to tell me. Okay. So this cast here, I'm going to change the name of this type. It's like I want to avoid I result. I guess I'll go with I cast result because that sort of feels okay. And we might have another one here. Okay. But this will allow us in our arithmetic expression, I believe, to avoid this horrible thing where we sort of like go one and then the other and then the other. I'll be able to do some, and I think what I could do is put together a link syntax, which I've never done. That could be a fun thing to explore. Civic Games asks, could you explain the general flow of the project? For instance, read an instruction, tokenize, parse, and interpret. Absolutely. Let me do a stash real quick. Let's get back to a working version of this project. I'm going to do I've untracked files, so a stash might not work. Get stash, get status. Yeah, get pop. Stash isn't gonna work. Get stash pop. I'm gonna make a new branch just for a second. Get checkout b. Just I want to show you the working version of the project. We're gonna call this adding. I should have done this. I should be using branches anyway. Add lang errors. We're adding language of level errors. Get commit dash m. Work in progress. Breaking everything with error monad. All right. So let me check out. We'll go back to the main project here so you can see the working version. This is gonna, let's close all of these things. Don't save. So the idea here, let me walk you through it. Thank you and Civic Games for asking such a wonderful question. Civic Games, you're gonna get 50 points because I'm sure other people want to know what's going on here. But let's take a look at this language real quick. I'm using Haskell mode as our default because I haven't written a pretty printer or a highlighter for it. So in this language, this particular program, let me save one sec. Save as examples.die. Let's open up our exp. This is a program here. Sorry. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me while I get here. This program here defines an exponential function. So I could do the following: exp 2 to the power of 3. This is going to give me the expression 2 to the power of 3. And if I run this programming, run this here, we're going to get 8 out at the end. We should. If we don't, I'll be very, very sad. But we get 8 out at the end. So we have this purely functional language that is currently, it's actually Turing complete right now. It turns out Turing complete's a relatively low bar, but we have recursion so we can perform particular types of loops. We don't have what's called tail call recursion yet. So this could end up with a stack overflow. The way I've written this isn't tail call recursive anyway, but we could potentially implement some tail call recursion to prevent stack overflows and have really, really fast tight loops. And we'll probably do that at some point if we don't move on to the next project. What I say is I would eventually do that. Let me walk you through. So there's a couple components. I'm using a parser combinator library called Sprack. So we have two things here. We have essentially our abstract syntax tree, which defines how the function. This is what we use to evaluate stuff. We have a parser that starts out and it takes our written language. So it takes this language and converts it into an abstract syntax tree for us. So if you're familiar with a grammar, here's our language grammar for it. We basically say an expression can be a conditional expression, an arithmetic expression, should be a bar here, a function application expression. The order of this is probably needs to be cleaned up a little bit. Let expression, this lets us do local bindings, an if expression, if else expression. So you can think of ternary operators. You have to have a true branch, you have to have a false branch in this functional language. There's no statements in this language. Everything's an expression. And then we have function definition expression. So this allows us to do functions. Yeah, I think Bacchus nar format. Yeah. So this is sort of our language grammar here. And I wanted to explore, so I've written languages before. I didn't want to use something like Antler. I wanted to explore using the parser combinator library. So let's go look at one of these, for example. Let's look at our arithmetic expression parser, arithmetic parser. And so I wanted to explore using the parser library here. And I'm sorry if my chat's in the way. If you want to read some on the right side, let me know. I can adjust it a little bit so that we can see it a little bit better so my chat's not blocking. In fact, I might put my grammar, you know what? I'm gonna put my grammar here and make it so that everything will appear on the left side. All right, there we go. And now it's just cut off anyway, but it's maybe a little less distracting. I'm not sure. So if we look at, let me get the grammar again. Oh, sorry, I'm all over the place. The grammar here for our add sub expression looks like the following. Just so we can see what's going on with it. I'm gonna put it in a comment here so we can watch it. we want to parse addition and subtraction. So an arithmetic expression starts out as an add sub. So this is add sub expression. So addition and subtraction, and this parses the precedent. So this allows us to easily parse the precedent. So we're gonna find all of our multiplication and division first. So this is gonna make sure that multiplication and division gets parsed out in the correct order in our abstract syntax tree. And so a multiplication and division expression has to be an arithmetic factor, which is a parentheses, so another arithmetic expression wrapped in parentheses, or a numeric value. All right, so add sub expression here, we can see we get the left side. We're gonna tokenize the left side. This is our mul div expression. And then we actually can parse any number of plus minuses of additional mul div. So we have a right side of our addition parser here. So it sort of goes through and finds it. And if there was, this is optional, if there was no right side, we just return the left side. And if there was a right side, we actually pull out the right side. So this sort of builds out these expressions that way. So we parse through it. I don't have a tokenizer because this kind of pulls tokens. Normally, in a lot of cases, you would end up with a lexer. So what I'll say is there's no lexer in this particular project. Because I'm using a parser combinator, I can kind of skip past that step and build out the tokens directly in the parser. So it does this. This is just an example here. So we pull out our plus, our minuses. Down here does our multiplication divisions. And then we pull it all together. And then at the end of the day, we end up with a big, potentially big expression that way. Civic, so that's sort of the process here is we're parsing, and then we have our classes. This is the one thing I've never done before, is the way I've done my abstract syntax tree as essentially class. It's an interface expression that has an evaluate on it. We've added an environment now, so this is where your variables go, where we evaluate and we do a recursive evaluation on our syntax tree. Does that make sense? Was that helpful? Please ask more questions. If you had more questions about it, let me know. But the idea is that the evaluator is very, very simple. And if we look at our program here, we have like a REPL we can do stuff in. But essentially all it does is like try and parse out the file. And if it was successful, then try to evaluate it and print the result. Right now, if I do this and we get an exception, all right, so let me show you. If I just do .NET run here, I can get the REPL, which is a terrible REPL, by the way. It doesn't support any nice features, so it's kind of painful to use. But I can end up with the language is dynamic, so there's no type checking. It's not compiled, there's no type checking, but I could do something like let t equals true in, and then let x equals 5 in, x plus t. This parses fine. This parses fine. The problem is that I cannot add an int and a bool together. That's not supported. So if I run this, my program crashes and I get a C# exception. I don't want the C# extension. I want the, exception. I don't want the C# exception. I want a language level exception. So we're kind of implementing now my next thing that I want to add is language level errors. So we have a working language. I want language level errors so I get something better than just this horrific output here. And so on the branch that I just showed you, we are actually working on adding in an error monad, which will let us propagate when an error happens, just sort of like we'll propagate through it. Let's just do these .then things with it. Civic says, I've been building an assembler in Python. Awesome. Though I did a tokenizer, then parse, then interpret. The preceding thing is similar. Yeah, so because of the parser combinator, I'm essentially skipping error handling is fun. Yeah, I'm essentially skipping the tokenizer because my parser supports it. I can throw in things. Let me show you my value parsers. My value parsers, I can literally just say, oh, well, my identifier is anything with strings that happens to be a token. So I can skip the idea of doing a lexer where I end up with just language tokens. Although I feel like maybe I'm regretting that at this point. Additionally, my parser, because I'm using parser combinator, it has given me some freedom to be kind of lazy with my grammar. And so the parser is essentially, I don't know if you know an infinite look ahead parser is, it's essentially an infinite look ahead parser at this point, which could potentially turn into like a horribly non-performant parser. But part of it also lets me have some nice what I consider nice syntax, where the spacing is all optional. And so you sort of end up with a situation where you can space it the way you would like as a programmer. Assembler is kind of a tricky thing. You can either have labels or operations. Yeah, so this the language I'm writing right now would be really, really hard to compile. That said, it might be really cool. I was saying it might be really cool to write a C compiler as a project on stream. And I think that, so I've written a C compiler in the past, so I might have to add a twist to it. But a compiler for taking C and compiling it to assembly would be really cool. And like how to build things up that way. This language, I think, would be very difficult to write a compiler for and do any sort of assembly. Then they'll just wrap GCC. No, mine would be like a dumb C compiler with no optimizations, but just show you how the language translates. One of the cool things about C is it was written specifically to be compiled to assembly. So it's really actually a straightforward process to go from C to assembly with no optimizations. As soon as you start doing the optimizations, things kind of go out the window a little bit. Just have it call out to GCC. Boom, done, easy. More like tiny CC. Yeah, tiny CC, I like it. And we would probably stick specifically to like C, ANSI C88 or something like that. Civic says, my sad point right now is I want to get it to build faster. I can build around 100,000 lines in about 3.7 seconds, which is terrible, but could be a bit better, I think. Yeah, so this one, my parser is going to be horrible. At the end of the day, the parser is going to be bad, but this would be a great starting point to say, okay, this is my language. Now I can actually optimize it. I do think my parser is going to be really underperformant, but this specific language is supposed to be tiny. So the idea is you would use this as like a sub language. Can you get bytecode using this library? Hang on, Johnny Most. If you try and post a link, it will. Are you going to post a link? Let me give you permission real quick to post a link if you need to. If you need to post a link, you can. Or are you asking specifically about the library that I'm using? Can you get bytecodes using this? This is not going to compile. So this is going to be interpreted, specifically interpreted. There won't be underlying bytecodes for it. That said, you could think of after you parse it, it is compiled into an abstract syntax tree. And then so you might have something at the beginning of your program and say, well, I'm going to take all these different functions, combine them together, and those are compiled and quick, and I don't have to parse them again. And then the execution shouldn't be horrifically bad, although not optimized. And again, we're seeing how much we can get done in 7 days, essentially. So that's something to keep in mind as we're trying to do it in 7 days. 7 days with about 4 hours of streaming. So like 10 to 15 hours, 10 to 16 hours, something like that. But yeah, if you wanted to post a link, I wasn't sure if you're going to post a link to a library, John, but feel free to do so. I think you might have been referring to my Diceling as a library, though. Okay. So let me go back, get status, get, what did I change? I don't think I care. Reset. Hard. Get check out error. Okay, so we are in the process of adding in this error monad. So the error monad, let me check. How much time do we have? 46 minutes. Okay, we got time. I just want to make sure it's not close to taking a break. If it's close to taking a break, I might have stopped to take a break now, since this seemed like a reasonable break point. Thindle, welcome to lurk mode. You know, anytime you lurk here, it's appreciated, Thindle. I know there's many places to lurk on Twitch, and we appreciate you lurking here. Okay, so let's get back to our need to watch some stuff so I can close them. Okay. All right. Good. Good. You do what you need to do. As always, Thimble, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you can welcome back anytime. You have 3,000 tabs open, 3,600 tabs. That's a lot of tabs. I see your operator tokens you're going to do or and exponent. It depends. So I might do. So one of our quote unquote stretch goals for today is adding in syntactic sugar for those things. So we currently have Boolean operators. So we have and, or, and not, and that's just like the double and, double or. If you're referring specifically to bitwise, are you referring to bitwise operations? I think that would be easy to add as an arithmetic bitwise expression. That wouldn't be hard to do. Wouldn't be terribly hard to do because the C# language supports those, so it wouldn't be hard to add in bitwise and bitwise or and bitwise or operators. That would, yeah, that wouldn't. I see no reason why it would be a challenge to add those in. I'm in the process of updating my I value. Okay, my I value is going to be a cast result. Yeah, bitwise, those are lower in precedent too. Yeah. So we would have to... I don't see any reason why we couldn't add them. Let me put it that way. And given enough time, we would. I wanted to look at my arithmetic expression. So my idea here is we end up with a left to int, and then we have a dot then. We sort of propagate this thing through. So this is our left result. And I want to do a right dot to int like this. And the result, I kind of need my left result, comma, my right result somehow to int like this. I don't have access to it, so the idea is I have my right to it, and then I can do a dot then again. And then I have like the idea is I have my final results down here. So this would be my left result, comma, right result. Which isn't going to work out the way I want here. Can I propagate this through? Because eventually I want to have my right... I'm trying to think through how this monad. So I want to do a toInt dot then, and it just sort of propagates my error monad through if it needs to. May not be in the scope of your project, but would you try ternary expressions? We already have ternary expressions. We already have them. That was a big point in this. So our ternary expressions, just like if else's. We don't actually support everything's an expression in this language, so it's the only way to do it currently. So we already have ternary if then else expressions. So yes, the answer is yes if it gives. Excellent question. Right result dot then. If we get a right result, I don't have access to left results here, right? Is that correct? It'd be easy to switch it or even make it so you could do either. The idea, though, is that our language doesn't have if statements, they're if expressions. That's sort of like Python does it that way, too. A lot of languages actually do it that way. I'm stealing my syntax essentially from Haskell/ML. Okay. My right result should return a new cast, and this is why I'm saying it shouldn't be like an exception. It should be a new cast of int left. So I don't have access to left results here. What is the difference between a statement and expression? What's the difference between a statement and expression? Good question, Shadowless Dev. That's an excellent question to ask. So an expression has a value. So if I do int x equals 5 plus 2, 5 plus 2 is an expression because you can evaluate to something. Int x equals, this whole thing is a statement. There's no value here. I can't do console, console.writeLine this. It's gonna say, hey, this is not a value. There's no value here at all. And so I cannot do that. I hope did that answer your question, Shadowless Dev? That's a good question. But yeah, so an expression is something that can be evaluated. So there's a value at the end. A statement performs an action but has no value. So typically a statement has a side effect. Excellent question, Shadowless Dev. I hope that answered your question. 50 points. Spiel says that statements can compose expressions, but expressions typically can't compose statements. That's true. The statements are bad. Maybe. Depends. It depends on who you ask. It depends on what you need it to do. So at the end of the day, this failure this cast of type T I want my left result. I kind of have to put the dot then in here, right? Dot then is my right. So I kind of don't like this nesting here. This is almost as bad as what I was doing before. I want the then to be on the outside. So I need to think through that. This would be our right result. So this feels almost as bad and almost more convoluted and difficult. This would return a new int value. And so this is our right result and our left result. And so our int, or can I just do new, the action should return an icast. Yeah, so this would be a new cast success of type int, left result plus right result. With all of the parentheses in the world. And so at the end of the day, this is our cast, icast result of int, result, like this. The then feels so awkward to me there. And then we would essentially return our I value. Can we return results? Because result is result of value. Result dot. I don't want to do this. I want to do something like this. Fuel says, this is one of the new things in C# that I don't really use as often as I would, just because expressions can't compose statements, is switch expressions. Yeah, because often I need one of the cases to be some kind of statement, and then I just rewrite all using the old switch. Civex says, I've actually never used C#. The concepts are the important part, though. Absolutely. Fuel Sam says, I also typically don't use expression bodied member because of this as well. Gotcha. Expression body members. I would like for this then to allow me to change the type that it returns. So I almost need a type. This is like my U type. This is like the result type. And so it's a TU. And so it allows me to change the type as I go. But this would require me to be a T here. So I don't know if that makes sense at all. What I really want is my then to let me propagate all of my stuff through nicely. Because this is not nice at all. Goes to we could call this, this is so tricky in my brain. I'm having trouble getting to where I want it to be. This almost does what I want. I'm just struggling to get to the last the nice thing. I want to be able to do, but how do I get this left result to the final expression is the problem. Civic says, I know it's not related to your project exactly, but do you have any idea how to handle statements that can have both mandatory and optional white space? Both mandatory and optional. Specifically with parsing, you're saying, so if x equals 0, so I have mandatory, yeah. So I can show you what mine does. I can show you how I do that. So I have some mandatory requirements. So with my parser combinator, let's go to my if-else parser here. I specifically say that I'm required to have an if. So I find the if token. So the if can have as much space on either side of it as it wants, but I have to find the token if on its own, right? So then I find my relational expression. And again, the relational expression ends up being a token. So I'm tokenizing the if expression here. And so I'm required to find if, and it can be surrounded by any amount. And so if I were to write this out explicitly, let's do an explicit one here, parser, and I'm gonna, I expression. We'll write out exactly what this tokenize is doing under the hood, if else expr example. So let me show you how I would do this. So I would start out saying from leading. So this is like the white space that's in front of it. Johnny Most asks, will the language be statically typed? I'm not planning to write a type checker currently. That would be, I would love to do a type checker. We only have today and tomorrow to finish the language, so there will not be static type checking, though a future project might be to add a type checker to the language, which would be really cool to do. But then we're required to add types into the language. What we could do, though, is because I've done it as a ML style language, you could write a type inference where not only do you have statically typed, but you don't actually have to specify. So type inference is something I've implemented before as well for little small toy languages. Civic says, for instance, the regular expression with word boundary can isolate if, however, that would also isolate if square bracket, cause square bracket triggers the boundary. Let me show you what I'm doing here. So mine would say from leading in. So I'm using a parser combinator, so that way I don't have to deal with regular expressions. But you could also do what's some kind of other parser that doesn't necessarily use regular expressions. So what I do though is I have a parser combinator that says find the white space at the beginning. So there's a parse white space here. Amat says, how is it possible you still don't have subs? Because I'm not a Twitch affiliate. I don't have affiliate on Twitch. I'd have to be an affiliate to have subs. So I apologize if maybe I should do a poll. There's a part of me that really doesn't want to have any ads on my channel. That's the biggest thing. Maybe I should ask my community if they want me to be an affiliate. I don't need the subs. I don't need the money. There are things I would love to have, like the emotes. That would be really cool. But yeah, I'm not an affiliate. I just haven't gone through the application process because I don't want the ads on my channel. That said, if you really want to support me, you can do so on Ko-fi or on the Discord. So the Discord, if you want to subscribe, you can subscribe on the Discord. So there's subscriptions on the Discord, and there are subscriptions on Ko-fi. If you really, really, really want to support the captain, you can. Any money I'm getting from that is going to be going to hiring tutors and mentors for the game jam that's coming up, the Learn You a Game Jam. So I'm going to be hiring tutors and mentors and paying people to help people learn something during that week. So if you do join, that's where that money goes. I don't need the money, and I don't like the ads on my channel. That said, Flame027, thank you so much for the follow. Flame027, I would like to welcome you to the crew, my friend. We got Flame07, Flame027. You are a member now. Flame027, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Amat MJ, yes, Ama MJ, thank you for following on this beautiful day, my friend. Welcome. Ama, thank you so much for the follow. So happy to have you aboard once again. Happy Saturday, my friend. So sorry, Civic, I got distracted there, but the parser combinator lets me do the following, so I don't have to do it with a regular expression. I can say, pull out, mini says 0 or more, so this in the regular expression world, this would be sort of like white, I forget exactly what it is, white space star. It says optional white space star. And then from token, so this would be if token, in parse.string, looking specifically for the word if. All right, so in the regular expression world, this would just be if, right? I'm required to have the word if. And then space, white space, would be parse.white space. If I did .mini here, I'm gonna have an issue, right? Because now I could do another white space here, and it's gonna say like, well, this white space is optional. In my case, it kind of works out that way because the way to break up these tokens, if I put if here, it's gonna look for specifically if, and if I put token, it actually says to find it with any amount of white space on the left or right. The next thing I'm gonna pull out here happens to be a relational expression. A relational expression, rel exper. In this has a whole thing. This whole thing is an additional chunk of something. So I'm realizing my parser has this interesting thing. You just revealed to me that I think I could do something really, really weird with my variable name, with my if statement here. Give me just a second to test it out. So you're saying you require at least one. In regular expression, we put a plus here. This says we need at least one white space. But so my language specifically, I'm realizing I think I can do something here. Let's create an example that file, new text file. I think I can do, or actually let's just go to my REPL. Oh, I'm gonna have to, my program doesn't compile right now. My program doesn't compile right now, so I can't check it out. I actually think in my language, you could do the following. If 5 less than 3, then 0 else 1. I think technically this is a legal expression in my language. And you just revealed this to me, Civic. I think you just revealed this to me. This is interesting. This is allowed in my language. I'm pretty sure. We're gonna give it a shot. Ama asked, do you know Java? And sorry for the delay in the response there. Yes, I do know Java. I used Java for many, many years before I fell in love with C# in the last 2 years. Ryazy says, morning, top of the morning, Ryazy. Ryazy, I think this is legal in my language. Yo, I feel I've said this before. I kind of want to test this out, but I can't. I don't think I can start my REPL here because I have here. Let's add this again. Commit dash amend. Git commit. Why can I amend? There it goes. And then let's go back to main, git checkout main Let me copy this expression. I'm pretty sure this expression will work. We're gonna find out. I'm curious if this will work. Let's run my REPL.NET run. Ryazy, how are you on this beautiful day, my friend? So nice to see you. So nice to see you. Let's see here. Ryazy. Let's get some knives out there. Ryazy. Got some friend knives. Yeah, so my language, this is valid. This is valid in my language. Which is kind of hilarious if you think about it. But my white space just like isn't that important. So you couldn't do if x less than, I don't think you could. If x is less than, here, listen, let x equals 5 in x. Oh my goodness, white space doesn't matter in my language at all, folks. White space doesn't matter. We might have to fix that. This is the funniest thing in the world to me. Let x equals 5 in let y equals 7 in x plus y. Okay, it didn't like that. So in this case, it couldn't find. I actually did, that actually should work. I just spelled it wrong. This is amazing to me. Scroll up here. Let x equal 5 in let y equal 7 in x plus y. This is amazing. Hilarious to me. So this just tells me that I need to, in my tokenize, I need to say, oh, you're required to have at least one space after our tokens. And I just haven't done that. This is, thank you for Civic for pointing out such an interesting flaw in my language. Or make me explore something. 50 points to you, my friend. I appreciate it. This is amazing. Ryazy says, I'm doing pretty good, but I have no idea why I'm awake right now. It's 8 a.m. and I went to bed like 6 hours ago. Fascinating. Fascinating. Well, good morning. I hope you're having a beautiful morning. It's okay. Maybe your body just knows something you don't know. The friendship knifey. That's right. Han says, apply for jobs that don't ask those algorithmic questions. Amat, so I missed a question from Amat. I'm so sorry. Amat says, I'm in senior year at university and I'm currently learning Java Spring, but I'm not good at algorithms. Do you have any suggestions? Let me think. What would be my suggestions? I do think learning algorithms can be super helpful because there's just like this idea of you don't know what you don't know. And I apply algorithms all the time in my code. That said, it's not necessary for a lot of software engineering. So it depends. Like I actually am a big believer that it's good to know, for example, what a linked list is, and implementing a linked list and understanding the underlying data structure can be super helpful. Do we use linked lists hardly ever? No. There are times when you might want to use one for increased performance. That said, in a lot of jobs, they are going to ask you those things to get past the beginning. You may not want to be at it. And I think most senior devs at jobs are going to know that you don't need that. Here's the thing. You're not going to need it on a lot of jobs. If you're working on a compiler, if you're working on super low level stuff, absolutely going to need it. If you're working on a web dev front end stuff, probably not going to need it. But to get through that first initial interview process, here's the thing: as a person hiring someone, would you rather hire someone who has all the front end dev skills that you want, plus they're good at algorithms, or someone who's just good at the front end stuff? So that's sort of what you're looking at. That said, I agree that it's not super necessary on your day-to-day job. It can be super helpful and it can give you an edge in an interview. But I do think the apply for jobs that don't ask algorithm questions, I don't think they're super relevant to most jobs. I think you're absolutely right, Han. But I do think that they are important from just an abstract logic thinking standpoint. That's my opinion. Especially straight out of, so here's the thing, without any experience at a previous job, it's hard to show off. Let me ask you, Amat, do you have any portfolio work? So like, do you have like a GitHub with past projects that you can show off the type of stuff you do? Amat says, I've been applying to jobs, but no one hiring, even no one getting job in my friends. Very hard to getting jobs at these even interns. I agree. It's just, it it's hard. It's a risk. It's a risk for employers to hire someone, especially when there are a lot of people that have past experience. I agree. It's super hard to do. Civic says, in my assembler, an example line might be .db1, comma 2, comma 3. DB is a directive and must have a space after. However, the comma separated list doesn't need it. Gotcha. I do a two-step of parse the operation and then the operands afterwards. Gotcha. Yeah, so my language is fascinating here. I just need to extend the tokenize to make it where I'm required to have at least one white space. It wouldn't be hard to adjust here. Token embed any amount of white space. So I'm realizing token probably isn't the right way to go. Can you demo the language? Jade and Joe Star, sure. Here's what we have so far. So this is an example where we've defined a function max, min, roll, and exponent. The real important test here was this exponent one. And so this language, if I run it through the interpreter, this is just gonna give it an output. But let's say I want to do exponent of 2 to the power of 5. So this calls the function exponent, which calculates 2. This is the base. So if I want to do 3 to the power of 5, I put 3, but 2 to the power of 5 here. And I'm going to tell it to run my exp.die file. So my advice to you, Amat, is keep trying and practice those algorithms can be super helpful for getting through a job interview more. And I know this sounds crazy. And I know a lot of people hate this, but a good way, not a good way, but a way to potentially get recruiters to find you is to do a bunch of stuff on LeetCode. I get emails. I've done a lot of stuff on LeetCode. I get emails on a pretty regular basis from recruiters saying, hey, we saw you on LeetCode. You finished these problems. We'd like you to apply for this job. And I'm not even actively looking. So if you perform well on LeetCode or Code in Game or a lot of these other sites, developers really do. It's LeetCode. Is this the right website? This doesn't look right. LeetCode. And I know this isn't necessarily what people want to hear. LeetCode is the right one, yeah. Companies legitimately use this to screen people. And I know it's not fun and it's not the great way to do it from the hiring side, but it is a relatively low cost way to filter out people that don't know. And essentially eliminates a big chunk of that initial part. I know it's not necessarily what you want to hear, but LeetCode and a lot of these sites, Code in Game's another one, Code in Game. Recruiters do use this. Hanoi says, another one is, sorry, Hanoi, it just caught you in my link guard here. It's a good way to practice those skills. It is a good way to practice just those problem skills. You don't end up with problems like this that much. So it says, I hate companies that do it. It's such a lazy way. So you got to look at it from their perspective, Civic. As a person who has hired people, we didn't use this process. So the hiring process that we did on my company was just super expensive. We literally would interview you. We'd ask you some questions. If you had a GitHub or a portfolio, that was a huge bonus to get you through that initial process. We brought you in, we gave you a programming exercise and paid you for the day. You came into our office and you worked an 8-hour day with me or another person sitting there. You could pair program with us, ask us questions, but we gave you a project that said, we want you to implement this web service that does X, Y, Z, all this stuff. And then we sort of, talked you through and gotten an idea of how you would approach a problem. It's a very expensive process to do that. And you have to understand the risk and cost of hiring a person versus you will probably get, if you got someone that's doing good on LeetCode, that they can at least program a little bit and have an understanding of abstract logic. And then you have a technical interview where you say, okay, well, now we want you to talk through this other stuff. It's a very, very expensive process. I would be curious what you would suggest as an alternative that would be more cost effective. That's sort of where I'm coming from. Because hiring a person is an incredibly expensive process and an incredibly big risk in that regard. Jaden Joe Star says, right now I'm just wondering what to do with my days. So many video games I could play. What video game are you thinking about? Amat says very hard. Oh, sorry. I think I got caught up here. I apologize if I missed something. I hoped my demo here sort of made sense. It's a very small language currently. We're trying to add in language level errors at this point. And we're struggling. We're struggling through it. Git stash. Git reset hard. Okay. So we're struggling with this idea here of with this error monadic type. Perform op should end up with a value at the end. And the value at the end, we can actually switch, result switch here. And we're gonna say that if we are a I cast or a cast error, string message, we go to I error value, error value message. Civic says, well, I'm not on the hiring side. I know it's hard. My company just had plenty of dialogue with me and I showed a personal project for proof of code knowledge. And here's the thing, once you get past that initial step, almost all companies are going to do that. But it's a matter of what that company is looking for. Use generic, oh, I have to have a type T. Count Tyrion, are you building parser combinator from scratch? I'm using a parser combinator library called Sprack. Count Oren, welcome back, my friend. The Civic game said the main red flags for me were any place that gave aptitude tests. Interesting. I don't know if I've ever applied anywhere that gave an aptitude test. That sounds horrible. I'm using Sprack. I like it. It's pretty good. It's exactly good, simple lib. I really like how simple it is. Jaden Joseph says, I wrote a language in Python using the string parser methods. Can only do hello world and basic math. Gotcha. Cool. You got to start somewhere, right? And that's a great place to start. We also have a cast success int result, and this would be a new int value results. So is this really what I want here? Value? Result, okay, result was just a shadow. Okay. This kind of works. So it propagates that error through for us and sort of like builds it up. I almost need an aggregate method here. So we have like a left result and then the right side then needs to somehow aggregate it together. I'm gonna leave it like this for now. I wanna clean this up because this feels so gross. Civic says, oh yes, those tests are horrible and prove nothing. Exactly. Really appreciate your teaching it. Of course, Count Oren, welcome back. Of course. Thank you very much. We need more people like you. I appreciate you. I thank you so much for being here. I love doing this. I love doing this stuff. This has been so much fun for me. Yeah, so we're gonna have a error value like this, and I don't know. There's sort of this like high level thing here is where this is going to be copy and pasted throughout. Amma asked, do you know how to develop VR? Do you mean like virtual reality? Civic says, anyway, it's past midnight here. Nice talking to you. Good night. Civic, thank you so much for hanging out. As always, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and have yourself a beautiful day. You are welcome back anytime, Civic. Take care, my friend. Amma, I've never done any virtual reality development. I would love to do it. It's like sort of on my to-do. If you would like to see me take a crack at it, I recommend joining the Discord and coming down to the live stream section and suggest as a project. I don't think anyone suggested doing VR yet. I think that would be a really fun thing to check out how to do. I've never done any of personal development in VR. Count Oren replying to Han says, you can make parser combinator that wraps regex. Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Sally the Goose, welcome back. How's it going with Dice? It's going pretty well. We have a turn complete language. We have lots of errors right now, but our language supports lots of stuff right now. So we can define functions. We do what's called currying functions. So we have what's called a closure. So a function can return a function, which essentially lets us have multivariable functions like this. We're in the process of adding in language level errors, which is actually a lot more challenging than I expected it to be, because I didn't design that at the beginning. And so now I'm in the process of, I have to do this huge refactor. But I'm doing wonderfully well this morning, Sally the Goose. How are you, Sally? Welcome back. Nice to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. How are you? And thank you for popping in. Let's see here. Arithmetic expression. So my question is, throughout my whole program, we end up getting a value back. I kind of want to make my cast result have a 2 value or something on it as well. Amat says, posted it on Discord. Fabulous, my friend. Thank you so much for posting. VR game with Unity. I'd love to. Maybe we'll do that as our next project. Amat, for such a wonderful suggestion, my friend. 50 points to you. Thank you so much for that. Folks, I haven't said it enough today. We have a giveaway going on, though, on the Discord. If you haven't yet joined into the giveaway, you can check out the giveaways channel here. We're giving away a Captain Coder desk hologram, which is provided, our very, very own MMO Pug has provided us with a bunch of these a bunch of swag, actually. There's a bunch of this holographic. Check out this desk hologram. It can flash. You can set the colors you want. It comes with this nice little remote. This desk piece, guaranteed to increase your coding ability by up to 17%. It's guaranteed. If you want to get in on a chance to win that, we're going to be raffling that off. Not raffles, not the right word. We're doing a giveaway later today. All you got to do is come on the Discord, click. See this little reaction here? Why 17%? If I could get it higher, I would get it higher, Han, but 17 was the most I could get out of it. I'd have to make a much bigger one to get it any more. But this was a laser engraved Captain Coder. Only way to get it, you can't buy these things. The only way to get it, come up here and click this little ta-da reaction, and I will ship it. Don't worry, a lot of people are saying, well, I don't live in the US. That's okay, I'll ship it anywhere. The United States Postal Service will let me ship it. All you gotta do is come in here and click this, and you're entered to win. In 2 hours, this is gonna go off, and we're gonna have a winner. You don't have to be present to win, and I'll ship it to you anywhere. The United States Postal Service will let me ship it, which is most places, but there's a couple places that we can't ship it because the USPS doesn't allow it. But that pretty much anywhere in the world, though. Okay, back to our regularly scheduled program. Our iCast results should be able to be. Let me come and look at this real quick. I think our interface. If I made my cast result an actual value, this could be easier too. So it just sort of propagates these things through. Count Oren asks, why not F# with F parsec? That's an excellent question, Count Oren. The main reason I chose, I thought deeply about whether or not I should use F# for this because it would be a great learning experience for me with F#. The main reason I decided to go with C# is because I've never implemented a language, an interpreter, in an imperative language using a parser combinator. So I thought this would be a good chance to take a look at that. Also, the person who suggested this project, so this project was suggested by someone on the Discord, and the suggested project ideas, our very own 100 Acres here suggested creating a language. So there's a couple reasons. I want to learn a little bit more about C#. This is a library I want to learn about. And 100 Acres is a student of mine, and they are currently learning C# as well. And so part of it is to make it a little bit more accessible to them. That said, I think I want to take a crack at F# and parsec in the near future. There's so many things I want to do, but those are the main reasons. Is that I've never done an imperative parser combinator programming language. I've never done it in the object style, so my expressions have this evaluate function on them. So I've never done it in this style. But yeah, I'm struggling here with these. This thing, I think I'm gonna write a helper to do this. Count Orange said, I actually did it at work with C++ wrapping regular expressions. Gotcha. So I thought about doing it using a recursive descent parser that I implement specifically like a 1 or 2 look ahead. But I decided that would just be even further beyond a lot of people. But you end up with a really performant parser if you do that. My parser is going to be horribly non-performant because I'm basically abusing, I'd almost say I'm abusing the parser combinators here to make my language do crazy things. Like we just showed my language, this is a valid expression here in my language without the spaces because of the way I'm doing it with the parser combinator. I don't have any, I'm just tokenizing everything and it sort of pulls it out and puts it together. It's like, here we go, gotcha. Got this horrible thing. Civic sort of pointed out, hey, do you do white space tokenizing? Like, nope, we allow this. This is a valid expression, which is kind of hilarious to me. Great for code golf, maybe. Probably not. Okay. So, nice. Yeah, nice. I don't know if nice is the right word. You can do more than one look ahead on a recursive descent parser, Sally. So, but usually you'd want it one look ahead. Almost always you're gonna want one look ahead essentially because that's gonna be the most performant. I implemented a 2-character look ahead recursive descent parser. It is you can do it. You can do it if you want to have a language that has I did it. Yeah. I'm 90% sure you can do it. I'm pretty sure I've done it. But then is recursive descent. You could be wrong though, parser. To look ahead. Top down LL1. Look ahead keeps getting updated with the look ahead value. Be unambiguous. So this is the thing, unambiguous. Maybe you can't. Look, Sally, it looks like I'm wrong. I'm often wrong, so XX Sally, thank you for correcting me. 100 points to you, Sally. Thank you so much for pointing that out. It would be one look ahead. You're absolutely right. Amat says, I want the code hologram so badly that I dream of winning. Well, we'll see, Amat. We'll see. I hope you win it. Oh, I can't say that. I can't play favorites. I can't play favorites, but I hope you have a chance. You have the same chance as everybody else. And good luck, my friend. Good luck. It's going to be beautiful on your desk there. Okay. I was going to write a little helper here. Public, static. Can I just, yeah, we're going to call this public static class helpers, arithmetic helper, helpers. Just for now, because I might put this in our binary operator at the top level. Public, static, I value, perform op, I value left, I value right, and then we have a delegate for A, B, and this should be a function from a int op. Oh, that's our operator, like that. We're essentially going to steal this thing here, and at the end of the day, the value here, this becomes our op on left, right, like that. Left result, right result. So we sort of have this perform op delegate that we can pass off here. Count Orange says, by the way, if you want to see an example how concise parser combinator could be, ooh, excellent link. Yeah, I love me some Haskell, my friend. If I win it, I'll sell it to you, Amat. Han. No. Amat says, I want to earn it. I'll sell it for $17. Amat, if you show you're going to show it on your stream, what do you stream, Amat? Amat, did you know Let's give a shout out to Amat, folks. Shout out Amat. Tell us what you stream, my friend. I didn't know you were a streamer. I'm clicking that follow button right now. If you're a streamer, you can also post on the Discord. I want to know in the share your streamer info. I love seeing who's a streamer here, and I love checking it out. And sharing your information so people can check you out. Tell them what you're doing, and be sure when you go live, in the self-promotion, tag me. I want you to tag me so I know, so I can check you out. Does Spark support applicatives? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if it specifically does. It might. Sprack C# applicative. It has sort of .thens and stuff. So it might. I don't think I'm explicitly using a monadic parser combinations. I suspect it does. That would make sense. Sometimes coding, sometimes gaming. So you would call yourself a variety streamer. Fantastic. If it does, you might not. If it does, you might not need this perform op. So this isn't part of the parser. This is part of the evaluator. This is part of the evaluator, and essentially I am doing an error monad here, where it says I need to propagate this through, and I need to find a slightly better way to do it. So this isn't part of the parser. Just so you know, Countoron. This is part of the evaluator, the interpreter. Needs to be able to decide, since we're adding language level errors, I need the error monad to sort of propagate the error value through. And I'm struggling with it a little bit here, and so I think I have to end up doing a pretty decent redesign of this, but I'm trying to get it working this way so I can understand the problem a little bit better. But the idea here is that my perform op for each one of these is really just calling this arithmetic helpers perform op. It could be thought of as a left, right, and then this one is A comma B goes to A plus B, like this. So I don't want to have to rewrite this each time, because this code just feels kind of gnarly to me. I have sort of like this then thing going on. So this is sort of like the monadic then, that is saying first try left and then sort of propagate this thing through. I think I can write some link syntax. I think I can clean this up with a link syntax. But I haven't actually ever done that. And I think I want to see if I can do it using link syntax. I just need to, my types feel like they're not quite right here. I'm trying to get it to compile right now. I'm just trying to get my language to compile though. Some eval function with params, parser. Yeah. So we can use, so if you've seen, check it out. We are combining them in that way. So they just say, take the left side, take the right side. First do this parser, then do this parser, then do this parser. And so and then we end up with, at the end of the day, doing this. Yeah. So you can combine parsers in that way. Let me come down here. I'm just going to swap out doing it. Yeah, I'm doing it monadically. Yes. Gotcha. Correct. I am doing it monadically. And then this perform op becomes multiplication. And this perform op becomes division. And I'm assuming we have a lot more errors in here. .NET build. This is gonna, in all my tests and stuff now, we have some crazy, there's only 5. Okay, so there's only 5. Are you gonna tell me where they are? If I click on problems. Int value, to int, okay, so this should return a I cast result of int. And this is gonna be a new cast success of int of value. Easy there. Don't know why I'm not seeing the other errors. There should be a lot more. One thing I don't like, so here's a challenge with VS Code. VS Code struggles sometimes with this. This would not be the same in Visual Studio. Okay, so this would be an iCast result of int, and this would actually return a iCast result dot error. So this would be error value dot error, not error value. Cast error type int dot. Do I not have a static thing? I swear I put one in there. Public static cast error of type t error message goes to a new cast error, really just new message. Okay, like this. And then this, all of these things should basically, I wonder if I could just make this a default error. Cannot cast, we're gonna have to better errors here. Cannot cast identifier, and this actually isn't true. We could actually try and do a cast here, but for now I'm gonna do this. This is interesting. When we try and cast it here, it should be part of... Oh, at the end of the day, we should never end up here. Can't cast identifier label to int. Hopefully this will be okay. Hans says, when I was learning functional programming with Java, there's no concept of monad. C# has it, surprisingly. Does C# actually have a monad built in? That's interesting. So I have made a monadic type. And I'm using something that's kind of like a monadic. I don't think C# has a built-in monad. C# monad. C# will be missing high-kinded type. Yeah. Oh, sorry. You heard me say. I was just saying that I have implemented a monadic error type. So my error type is monadic. It propagates it through. Sorry for the confusion. Yeah, there's not a built-in monad type in C#. But I'm using an error monad that sort of allows us to say, oh, you can just like chain these together and do a thing with it. So it's sort of like, you can think of it as like an optional. Yeah, so it's not built into the, I can't just say, oh, well, now I have a monadic type and I chain together these thens. Yeah, let me check my break timer here. How much time do we got? Something crazy is going on with my break timer, folks. It's super broken here. We've been going for a while. I was wondering, I was like, I feel like I've been going for a while. I must have accidentally reset it. Let me see if I can finish these errors here. So each of our value types is going to have errors in it. Identifier value, bool value. This should be and we're going to copy this here. Cannot cast bool to int. And hopefully we'll be able to get better error messages as we move forward. But the first step is to get cannot cast error to int. Our function cannot cast func value to int. These error messages are still really, really bad. We're gonna have to figure them out. I don't have an Instagram. Sorry, I'm not on most social media. I do have a Twitter, but there isn't a link to the Twitter there's not like a Twitter command. Int value. All right, where are my errors now? Follow the errors wherever they go. Follow them, oh. Relational operator. Okay, so similar thing here. For the Boolean operators. Count Oren says, this is a small library I built that makes DB connection monads. Fascinating. Really, really cool. Really cool. Count Oren, if you're on the Discord, I'd love to see that in the projects forum. I'd love to check that out more. Thank you for sharing. Awesome. Much better than Instagram. I found your YouTube channel. Oh yeah, we do have YouTube. We have 2 YouTubes. We have the Captain Coder Live, and then we have I don't have a lot on the regular YouTube, but we got 2 of them there. Neil says, that's what I'm doing. Gotcha. I remove a very used variable, my database connector, and then go through and try to make things work. Cool. Yeah. I hadn't thought of that. All right, so let's see if we can get these 2 working. I'm amazed that my test library hasn't complained yet, which kind of blows my mind. I must not be using .2int in my tests, my unit tests. Close others. Let's open up. This was in our arithmetic expressions. We added this. Perform op. Int. I make 1 more of these. We'll do int bool, just for now. This looks gross. I don't like it. This will be of bool, and this will be of bool. This is fascinating. My relational operators, 2int. I'm gonna produce a bool value at the end of the day that we have to do here. We have our bool, cast success, 2int dot then. This is where I said I think I needed the U type so that I could do the transformation on it. Thindle says, I remove a very used... Oh, I already read that one. Amat says, how long have you been writing code? I've been coding for, I think, 27 years. About over 20 years. 27 years, I think. Lance says, it's quick and dirty, but I have an orbital camera system that works with minimal effort, can attach the component, and it creates the hierarchy of objects that make up the rig, find and assigns the camera, and tells it where to look, how to move, all that good stuff. That sounds awesome. Lance, that sounds incredible. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm looking forward. I love that you always share and show off your stuff. But yeah, thank you. 3 years less than your age. Yeah, I've been coding for a while. What am I missing here? Yeah, my monadic type here is very, very sad. In that I cannot combine these things together. Because this type here, it's expecting me to return. All right, so my cast result, this is my error type. It sort of has the and then needs to be able to change types. Let's cheat a little bit. Can I cheat this? Folks, this is going to take me a little bit longer than I want. Sir Black Soul, I don't know if I said welcome, my friend. Everybody, welcome, Sir Black Soul. Sir Black Soul, I'm having a fabulous day here on Saturday. How are you on this beautiful Saturday, my friend? I hope you're doing beautifully well. Han says, I actually have a library I want to share too. It's basically just an API to read bank statements from multiple banks using object-oriented programming concepts. Do you think implementing generic is overkill? I don't think a lot of people can read generic code. I do think a lot of people struggle with generic code. It is good if you're making a generic library, it's good, but provide plenty of examples of like, oh, well, and here's a common implementation of those generic types. So that is a good way to do it. And I found that helps. We did that with the skill tree system when we were working on it. Lance says, definitely, it's more of a helper system at the moment. A quick way for me to move around the scene and issue on-the-fly instructions to the ships for testing. I see no reason not to keep it, though. Sort of a homeworld style camera to go through the game world. Awesome. That sounds really, really cool, Lance. Folks, we got to take a break. My break timer's on the fritz. It didn't reset properly, but our last break, I think, was like at least 90 minutes ago. Maybe not quite that long, maybe a little longer. I know because I'm completely out of water. I'm kind of parched. I keep bringing this cup up to drink and there's nothing in here. I've been doing that a while. I was hoping to finish this, but we're gonna come back. We gotta do some stretches. We gotta take care of our bodies, but I gotta get some more bean water. I gotta get myself some more regular water. When we come back, we're gonna do some stretches. So get ready for that. Get yourself up. No, once they see T extends whatever T, comma T, their mind will break. I should show you my skill tree library. We made a generic skill tree library. But we'll be back in about, in the amount of time it takes me to, it's not going to be a long break, but we'll be back. We're going to do some stretches and take care of ourselves. So hang tight, people. Grab your bear with me, and I shall return. The captain's back, folks. I hope your fingers don't hurt from hanging on too tight. But before we hop back into it, we're going to take care of ourselves. The captain loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love you, then you've got to love
you in the back. Pay attention.
That's right. Pay attention. You in the back. The captain loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love you, you should love your body. And one way to love your body is to get up and stretch with me right now. You got to take care of yourself. Got to take care of yourself. So everybody up. Let's get some stretches. And Hans says, if you don't play generic in C#, it will default to the topmost class, which I think is object, right? I think I'll have to double check that. I actually think if you don't give it a generic, it will yell at you. If you specified that it has a generic type, it's going to yell at you. All right. Let's get some stretching in though, real quick. Put your arms up at the side. We're gonna do some little rotations here. To the left, nice and not hard. You don't want to snap in there, and then bring it back to the right. And we're just gonna rotate back and forth, nice and gentle, taking care of ourselves. Oh yeah, get that blood moving a little bit. You don't want it to stagnate. Because if you're like me, you're a code troll. You're hunched over your computer, getting those RSIs, those repeated stress injuries. You gotta take care of yourself. All right, so put those arms up a little higher. Now we're gonna lean into it. Oh, lean to the left. Lean to the right. Oh yeah, just bring it back and forth. Get a nice, gentle stretch in there. Not too harsh. Just be nice and gentle on that body. Oh. And I hope you're taking care of yourself. I know you deserve it. Because you're a lovely person, the captain loves you, and you deserve to be loved, so love your body, folks. Love your body. Just back and forth, nice and gentle like that. Oh, isn't that nice? All right, we're going to go ahead and lean into it. So now, take that across and just sort of lean into it there. Oh, up. And then lean into it. Oh, yeah. Up. And then lean to the left. And then lean to the right. Yeah, really take care of yourself. Oh. Do a couple more of these. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Lance says, out of curiosity, raise your hand if you ever find yourself humming or whistling one of Captain's songs randomly through your day. So, like, one of my, crew songs. Oh, yeah. Shake it out, folks. Shake it out. Let's get a quadricep stretch in. So you're going to lift that leg up. If you can get your leg up, you can. If you can't get your leg up, that's okay. Maybe we can do a different one. Or do you mean one of the stream beat song that's running in the background? Sir Blacksoul says, is this a Shocks? The headphones? Yeah. I'm using the Shocks. I love them. The best headphone I've ever had. I'm not an audiophile, so some people don't like it for the audio quality. I haven't noticed a negative audio quality personally, but you hear everything around you. I love them. I wear them all day long. Yeah, I don't think they get uncomfortable. Some people have said that they do get a little uncomfortable for them. Not for me. I love them, love them, love them. I actually looked into becoming an affiliate for them, but I didn't think it was worth it. To become an affiliate, you only get 5% of the sale, which is fine, but which is more than nothing. But I didn't want to make people think I was like being like, you gotta get these, I do think they're lovely. We're gonna switch sides here, get another stretch in on that other quad. Oh yeah, find that balance, engage the core. If you really want to get a nice stretch, you can counterbalance and get that up nice and high. Oh yeah, just hold that there. Oh, I love it. Really taking care of ourselves. And let's go ahead and set it down. I'm gonna roll my ankle out a little bit. You can't see it, but I'm rolling my ankle. Just a nice little clockwise motion on that ankle. I'm gonna switch to the other ankle here. Get a nice little roll on it. Let's do a neck stretch. Dev Rowe asked us to do a neck stretch, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And folks, if you guys don't know Dev Rowe, Dev Rowe is an incredible game developer, folks. 3D artist game developer. Give him a follow if you want to see someone working in Unreal doing 3D game development. Excellent place to be. He'll even teach you German swear words if you want. So we're gonna take our head. We're gonna just pull it over to the side a little bit until we get a little bit of tension in the neck. You don't want to jam your head down to the side. You're gonna hurt something. You just want to get a little bit of tension here in the neck. As soon as you have a little bit of tension, go ahead and stop and just hold it there. We're gonna hold this for 10 seconds. And then we're gonna switch to the other side. Feels good, man. Feels good. All right, and go ahead and maybe do a little bit of a roll on that. Grab it, go to the other side until you just get a little bit of tension on the neck. A little bit of tension. If you feel pain, stop. You don't want to hurt yourself. Just a little bit of tension. Oh yeah, doesn't that feel good? We're gonna hold this for 20 more seconds, folks. And then we're gonna do a little bit of neck roll, and we're gonna hop back into coding. So thank you guys so much for joining me in this, to take care of yourself, because you're lovely people and you deserve it. You deserve it. Oh. Deborah, I hope you're here. I hope you're getting in a nice stretch with us. All right, let's bring it back up to the top. Go ahead and put your head down forward. And we're just gonna roll it around nice and slow. Get a nice little neck rotation in there. 2, let's do 2 more. 3, oh yeah, 4. And we're gonna go the other way now, and back. Oh, going clockwise now. I did counterclockwise first, actually, but now we're doing clockwise. Oh yeah. Should feel wonderful. Oh, bring it back up. Folks, thank you so much for joining me in those stretches. I know you did. I know you did. All you lovely folks out there, you deserve to have the best possible love for your body. You deserve it. 50 points to all of you, because I know you joined me in that stretch. So I hope you're having yourself a wonderful morning, wonderful afternoon, wonderful evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. We're going to hop back in here now to our code, where we are trying to get this monadic type right. This monadic type right. Because when we do this perform op, where we get a Boolean back, we need to have, at the end of the day, an I cache result to a Boolean. And our then type, our next action. So our next action, I think, needs to be a T to a U. So we accept a T and we return a U. And so, can I just do generic, like anything here? T. So this is interesting because my cache result, T. My TU, my cache result U. Cache result of type U. Then, okay, so then should accept a T. And return a U. That doesn't seem quite right, because we have a U coming in here. Len says, the head rolling makes me a bit dizzy. You know that means I need to get back into the cockpit when finances allow. Oh, flying. Do you fly? Is it planes or helicopters? Or some other kind of aircraft? Len says, well, and I need to do that exercise more. Yeah. The other thing is, make sure you do it nice and slow. If you're going too fast, you can easily make yourself dizzy. Our next action should accept one thing and return the other. Next action, T to U. I think I'm gonna leave it as a T to U. I think that's the right way to do it. And then our cast result, a success, is then supposed to be bind here. That's correct, Count Oren. It is bind. This is why I'm not sure this is correct. I'm feeling a little bit turned around in my types here, unfortunately. So I'm struggling through it while I sort of try and figure it out. So bear with me as I'm figuring it out. If Count Warren, if you're smarter than me, which you probably are, most people don't realize it. People think I'm really smart, but I'm not. I'm a simpleton. I get myself turned around in these types sometimes. Lance says, planes. It has been a while, but I was taking flying lessons at the local airfield. That sounds awesome. Had to stop due to cost and careless spending that happens. Absolutely love it, though. So, well, it is a delay. I am not giving it up forever. Giving it up, not ever. Good. Should action be T cast result U? T cast result U. Maybe that is what is causing me a problem here. I cast. So you're suggesting that my next action should produce an ICAST. This is what happened when you get out of doing functional programming. Now it's gonna say it can't figure out what U is, I think. I love generics, Hans says. Yeah, so generics allow you to get through, do some cool compilation things. Should action be T, I act result U. Then should take a function that goes from inside of your type to the type with new inside. So keep in mind that this is a delegate, so this is a function. This is a function. And so I think we're doing exactly what you're suggesting. We accept a T and we return an ICAST result of U. So this is saying that next action is a function of the type TU. So T is our incoming type and U is our outgoing type. And so maybe this is just a really bad generic type. Yeah, so Count Oren, this is exactly what I'm doing here. The delegate is a function. And so I'm struggling with my brain here, is having a little bit of trouble here, and I think the struggle I'm having is just this naming is bad. And I struggle with bad namings. Yeah, I missed the delegate. Gotcha, Count Oren. Yeah, so that's exactly what this is doing. Redstone Pro says, I'm just vibing with some nice old school music. Awesome. What type of old school music? Is it chip tunes? When you say old school music, tell me more. Tell me more. So when I think of old school music, I kind of think of like rock music. But what do you mean when you say old school music? And Redstone Pro, welcome back, my friend. Happy Saturday. How are you on this beautiful day? So nice to it's nice to see you. How's your project coming along? So this next action, this should really be the U type here. So I think my T and U, and then our next action of type, so this should be a T, and this should be a TU, and then our result, to perform results. Okay, so this would be of type T. Can't accept T. So this, I'm struggling here. The order is confusing. Will it be more clear if called next action UT? Let me switch that. Let me switch that because yeah, I'm getting myself all turned around in the types. I'm getting myself turned around in the types. T is the accepting type. Let me rename T to in T and out T. Maybe that will help. In and out. There's no reason why I shouldn't have a more expressive name than in and out. And so our cast results here, this would be my out T. And then this should be my in T here. So let's rename this to out T. Out T results. And so this should be then my in T. So my next action in T, out T. What I don't quite understand in this case, to perform on, what am I doing here? My brain, I'm struggling. I'm struggling here. The then of my, I might just need to pull up Haskell. Record is just a class. Record makes it so I don't have to explicitly specify. I can do pattern matchings on it. The main thing is I'm going to be able to do a pattern range. This is just a class. Don't worry about record is just a special syntax for a class that this is our constructor here. So you get with myself, we'll wait till we are back again. Are we back on the stream? I don't know. Chat will let me know when I have returned. Am I back on stream? I won't know till the chat tells me that I'm back on the stream. I don't know, and all at once I lost the stream, and all at once I wanted to scream. Am I back yet? I don't know. Looks like we're back, folks. Chat, am I back? Let me know. Count Orin, I hope, I'm not sure if you missed it. Poof, that's right, Lance, I think I'm back. It wasn't just you, Count Orin. It looked like I lost my signal there. It looks like we're back. F, right, AZ, thank you. Amat says he back. Thank you guys so much for letting me know I'm back. I apologize for dropping out there. I don't know what's going on today. My stream usually isn't this sketchy, but we're having a little bit of sketch. All right, so Count Orin, I don't know if you heard, but essentially I was saying a record is just a class in C#. Is the idea using a moment to avoid the object? The idea is I want to be able to do, Count Orin, I want to be able to do the following. I want to, let me roll it back. Let me roll it back to where I was. Let me roll it back to where I was. Okay. I would like to be able to propagate the error through in the following way. So I need to be able to perform the operation. I have a left value and I have a right value. And when I try to cast my left value to an integer, it could be, I'm just trying to make the syntax a little bit easier to write. It could produce an int, but it also could produce, and there's no reason to do it as an object in general. It could produce an int, it also could produce an error. And what I've set it up is I will do then, if it is an error, my implementation here is that for errors, we just propagate the error through. I don't have to think about it. It just propagates the error through for me. And if it's not an error, then I can continue to chain these thens together. So so you see what I'm doing here. So it's sort of this, I'm doing an error monad that lets me propagate it through. I could write this crazy. So originally I wrote a big thing that had like a bunch of F's. Exactly, I'm doing the either, except with an explicit error type involved. Yeah, going for either. I've done something incorrect here with my typing. So let's go back to what we were trying to do here. In type, out type. I want to be able to propagate. I want to be able to easily propagate the error for. Maybe start with map. Maybe. Yeah. You can also do the new without adding an additional constructor in the record types. Oh, Sir Black Soul, thank you for that. Sir Black Soul, for your contributions, my friend. 50 points to you. Yeah, I have seen that. Especially if you want to do initializers, you can do it that way. I don't know why I'm my brain's having trouble with this. This next action to perform. This should be, so the cast result, this should just be of type T. I think I have my types reversed. So this is actually the type that I want. Okay, so my cast result, this is actually my type T. And that becomes my in type. Okay, so my cast result has a T here, and then this is my out T. Okay, so this would be my out T, and this would just be T. Okay, so I just think I have my types wrong here. This should actually be a regular T. Because this is the success of this type, T. This is my out T. This is just a regular T. This is an out T. Let me think here. This should just be a regular T. Hang on. Oh. Why is my brain hurting? Okay, T here. T here. There we go. Plain Lego, yeah. This would be my out T type. Yeah, the building blocks here. It's fun. I enjoy this. I think part of what makes me like functional programming is I like the type puzzle, the typing puzzle. And I think some people hate the typing puzzle. For me, it's very enjoyable. Let me do this. I'm gonna comment this out. I'm gonna say, okay, this should actually, if I just force this to implement this interface that way, I think this will actually make me action of type results. There we go. There we go. I just my brain couldn't handle it for a second. There we go. And then the error type. Okay. The error type just returns this. In fact, it kind of needs to do an error. It should actually just returns error with message. With error message. Was that not like it? I have to do new? That's interesting. Can't it cast it? An explicit conversion exists. Error. I need to do cast error out T dot, like that. Don't forget maps. Yeah, maps. We'll be adding maps into the language. That's going to be an explicit higher order function that we want to add in, of course. McNets, welcome back. How's the casting working? Yes, Count Oren. I love you so much, my friend. Defunctor, exactly. I love that. Category theory was one of my favorite classes in graduate school. I loved it. Casting's going pretty well, McNets. We've made some progress. I think we finally have our type defined properly here. Resident says, I know this is late, but Queen and Green Day. Oh, for the music listening. Awesome. That's interesting. Green Day. I don't think of them as old school music, but that's fine. Like in my mind, I'm like, when I was growing up, Green Day, Queen, I feel like is kind of old school music. Green Day was like, that was my, when I was in school, Green Day was a big deal. It wasn't old school music when I was growing up. That's so funny to think about. I don't think of them as old school music. You're 14. That's fair. I get it. All right. So now my dot then should work the way I want it to. Okay. So I should be able to do the transformations here like this, where we end up with a bool. Awesome. Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Of course, who does? I mean, it's fair. If you don't like Green Day, that's fair. It happens. Not a fan of newer music. Gotcha, Redston. It all sounds the same. So here's what's interesting, Redston. Old music, you're listening through the filter of the things that were good enough to make it to current day. You're listening to it through the filter of things that were good enough that people still listen to it. So people always go like, music used to be so much better. Music was so much better when I was growing up. And it's sort of like the older music, it's only the good songs have continued to propagate through time. So that's always an interesting thought there in my mind. Okay, so in this case, we're gonna cast success to a bool. And if our result happens to be this way, we're gonna return a bool value like this. And I suppose I could change this to be it has to be a value here because error value. Neil says, to be honest though, my dad says the same about his music. Exactly. So I think there's just like this lens of music of that generation. You only remember the good songs. You don't remember all the bad songs because they weren't memorable. Cool, Tyndall, no worries about popping in and out. I understand what it means, from the end of a watcher. But welcome back. I'm happy to have you here, my friend. I forgot to reset my break timer again. Did it actually reset this time? It did. My break thing is it's going crazy. I think it's because I keep getting disconnected from chat for some reason. Money, yeah, Redston. All right, folks, because I forgot to reset my break timer, 50 points to all of you, all 50 of you. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you for having I hope you're enjoying this time. Give us money. I'll give you points. Look, and if you want to, Redston, I don't know if you're in on it. But on pretty soon here in 45 minutes, folks, 45 minutes, there's gonna be a giveaway. We're giving away this Captain Coder laser engraved Captain Coder beautiful desk piece. So folks, this giveaway is happening here. All you gotta do, look at this thing. It lights up, it flashes. You can put it on strobe, it has a fade, it has a smooth, it has all these color settings. You can set it up to do whatever you want it. Whatever you want. Guaranteed to increase your coding powers by up to 17%, folks. Don't forget to get in there if you want to get it. Look, if you don't want it, that's cool. But we're doing a giveaway. The only way to get it is getting in on this giveaway. And 45 minutes is going to be going off, folks. 45 minutes. So do not hesitate to hop in on there. All right, so this is propagating through. In my relational operator now, I should be able to do the following. This was our, let's call this operator helpers. Operator helpers dot perform op left, right, and then A, B goes to A, this is greater than B. Like that. So we're gonna just replace all of these. This one is less than, and this one is EQ. Okay. .NET build. We're working through our errors. We're making progress. Yeah, that's right, Redston. The camera, that AI camera did not like it. Cannot convert into string. All right. Okay, cool. So now that this built, we're actually getting the errors from our test, which I thought. You're in 200th place. Yeah, man, you're making progress. You're working your way up. Alma asks, are you going to give away the warrior figure with the Star Wars sword in the back? No, we're not going to be giving that away. Good question, folks. We have ourselves in the back. This is our Dark Souls. Look, I'm a big fan of Dark Souls. I'm a big fan of Star Wars. This is the Dark Souls Knight. This is the Dark Knight and Dark Souls, folks. Limited edition. Came with the pre-order of Dark Souls 2. Look at that. We're not going to be giving this one away. Can't give that away. Can't give away this beautiful piece of this knight. Oh, look at that. Super cool. I'm glad you noticed it though. Put him back here. Yeah. We will be doing some more giveaways though. We got Captain Coder socks. We got Captain Coder coasters. We've got Captain Coder laser engraved card game holder. Look at that beautiful faux leather case here with deck of cards, some dice in there. Beautiful. All this stuff was donated to us by MMO Pug, and we're just gonna pay it forward. We're gonna be doing lots of giveaways of that. So thank you again, MMO Pug. Okay. So now we have some errors here. We can go in here. Okay, so toInt. Instead, the evaluate apply.evaluate. Let me think this through here. Simple function evaluate toInt should get us down to 7. And this at the end of the day shouldn't be an error. So I think I have to do, let's pull this up here. This toInt really, it should evaluate to a new int value of 8. That's what it should evaluate to. Cannot convert int value to string. That's a little weird. You have 200 views on your Godot tutorial. That's awesome. Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations to you. This is on YouTube. Redston, if you want to post a link to your YouTube, one sec. Permit Redston Pro 3. Let me try again. If you want to post a link to your YouTube, feel free to do so, my friend, or you can post it directly to that. This should be our expected. Okay, so I should do this. Expression expected is equal to, this is where I'm going wrong. A new int value of 8. So after we do an evaluation, we should end up with our expected and then apply dot evaluate with our environment.empty. Okay, that's what we're doing here. So all right, so that's cool. All right, no worries, Redson. I just want to let you know that we love people promoting stuff. But I did get comments to upload more, but no mic right now. Count on Monad. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. Welcome to the Hotel Monad Transformer. I got it. That was bad. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry you had to listen to that. All right, so we're gonna assert equals, and this is our expression like that. And we just have to figure out what our expected is. So our I expression expected is equal to a new int value of 2. All right, so we get rid of the explicit .2 int there. Where are the rest of these? We got another one in Count Oren. That makes me laugh. My friend Count Oren, for being here, for all of you. Count Oren, you've been contributing so much. 200 points to you, my friend. Thank you so much for contributing. We appreciate it so much here. All right, so we build. Let's see if we broke all of our tests. Oh my God. I would not be surprised if all of our tests are broken. Or if we, holy canoe, our tests pass, folk. Our tests pass. This is crazy to me. Let's try. I should make a shirt with this. Yeah, you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. You're trapped in the monad. Count Warren, one time I had a dream. So when there was 4 years of my life. So when I first discovered Haskell, I was like, man, I really want to get better at this. I want to get better at this. I love so much of this stuff going on. I want to get better at it. And I sort of forced myself to do this thing where if I ever had a choice of picking a programming language, I would always do it in Haskell. So for years, I did everything in Haskell. And so that's sort of like how I wrapped my brain around monadic types and stuff like that. During that time, I had this nightmare where I was trapped inside of the glorious Glasgow Haskell compiler. I was trapped in the Haskell compiler, and I was like trapped inside of a monad, and I was like inside of a state monad, and I couldn't get out. There was no, because it's purely functional. I couldn't get out of the monad. I was like, there's no escape. And there was like this CD club called Unsafe IO. So I was like trapped in the IO monad, and I like couldn't get out, and I had to go through the it's like this really shady part of the town. It was ridiculous. I think it could make a really good short story. Han, thank you so much for the congratulations, my friend. We did it. We done did it, folks. It was such a wild dream. I really want to write a short story about it. I just haven't gotten around to doing it. I wanted to test this out in my interpreter. All right, so we're just gonna do a .NET run here. So previously, if I did let x equals 5 in, let y equals true in x plus y. Awesome. We have folks, we have language level errors. This is beautiful. So I've eliminated them there. They're not eliminated everywhere, but we have added language level errors. We have ourselves an error monad. It should probably be named something different, but we have language level errors. I can't believe it. We did it. We done did it, folks. You saw it here first, live on Captain Coder stream. We done crossed this one out for being here to witness This momentous occasion. 50 points to all of you. Thank you guys so much for being here to watch it happen. Watch and unload. Functor for errors. Functor for president. Functor for president. Yeah, we done did it, folks. All right. You got to do a commit here. Git add this. Git commit amend. All right. So before this was a work in progress, but this is a feat now. Feat implement. What did we implement? We were calling it specifically iCast result. iCast result for language level. iCast result. Add language level errors for casting int to bools. There we go. Close that up. And let's get back to our, let's check out main, git check out main, and then we're gonna merge it in, git merge errors. And we're gonna push it on up. Push it on up, folks. Git push it on. Count Oren says, I think kids start to make the wife go wild. Reinforcement needed. We'll have to go. Count Oren, no worries, my friend. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. Thank you so much for all of your help, my friend. As always, you are welcome back anytime. Have a beautiful day. Have a beautiful day. Take care, my friend. HT Kage says, sup, capped. What's up, HT Kage? How you doing, my friend? So nice to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. Good morning to you. Maybe good afternoon, maybe good evening, wherever you happen to be. How are you? I hope you're doing well, HT Kage. We just added casting errors into this language, and I'm really, really excited about it. We're gonna add one more here. iCast result to bool. All right, so we're gonna get all of our errors now for the Boolean type .NET build, and we're gonna go through and find these. Corfless says, I was just having an exercise, but I still get the error function completion points. This is in Corfless. This is in TI 100. 2 a.m. You're working on. Oh, HTKage, do you have a team for Ludum Dare? Ludum Dare. Do you have a team, or are you doing a solo project? All right, so our let expression here. Our let expression, I cast to bool. Cast error of type bool. Dot error. Cannot cast identifier label to bool. Right, we'll do that. Go to our other types of bool. This is the one we can do. I cast result of bool is going to be a new cast success of bool with value, like that. Physical exercise. Gotcha, Corfless. That makes way more sense. That way it makes way more sense. Kaichikaze team. I'm just a level designer. Nice. What did you think of the theme? So the theme is delivery. What do you think of the theme, HT Kage? The team you guys have, is it a 7-day jam for a team or a 72-hour jam? For this one, error value cannot cast error. Should be like this. Bool cannot cast error to bool. And we need the iCast of bool here. 40s, I forget exactly. Team, you hate it. you hate it. You hate that you're a level designer? Sorry, I misunderstand. Int value here. Cannot be cast, can't cast int to bool. The theme, sorry, yeah, of course, I asked, you hate the theme? That happens sometimes, right? Let's see how we did. It should complain to us. Func value, that funky value on line 82. Cannot cast func value to bool. And the interesting thing is our expressions, like we'll need like this sort of debug mode, Boolean operator expression. Okay, so now again with our operators, I'm noticing we have sort of some combinations here. Redston Pro asks, favorite engine, Captain, not the one you use. I mean, the one you love the most. You're specifically asking about game development, I'm assuming. So I have to say, I have to be honest here and say that I haven't done a ton of game development outside of Unity, and I haven't done a ton of game development. Period. All of my stuff has been like hacky Unity stuff, until January. So in January is when I really started trying to learn Unity, and I do really like Unity. It is very heavyweight, and there's some annoying things in it, but I have really enjoyed using it. That said, I don't have enough experience in any other engine to really compare it to anything. So when I say it's my favorite engine, that's with a grain of salt of I haven't really used any other engines. I hope that answered your question. Okay, so our operator, let's close all of these, close others. Operator, arithmetic parsers, not parse, arithmetic expression. It's Hap. Hello, my friend. How's it going, dude? It's so nice to see you on this beautiful morning for me. I hope you're having a beautiful day. How are you doing? Han asked, your favorite language would be Haskell. Yeah, I love Haskell. I think it's a beautiful language. I absolutely love Haskell. That said, I don't program it in an awful lot these days. C# is a pretty close second at this point. I love C# as well. Han says, or it's at doing great. Doing good, thanks. How are you? I'm doing fabulous. Any day I get to wake up and code is a fabulous day, and we're here cruising along on our dice ling, and I'm having a great time. So one thing that's a little bit weird here is all of my stuff is sort of very, very similar here. 2 bool, and then we do 2 then, and then 2 bool. Like this, bool, error message, bool val. There's some weirdness from here to here that I feel like I could get away with. There's probably some genericizing that I could do for these. So let me see if I can do that real quick. No, I can't quite, because this 2int, the 2int and 2 bool are going to be an issue. For now, I'm being hacky here with this perform op. It says, just started first Unity 2D project, got a square that can shoot bullets at enemies. Nice. It's Hap, did you know there's a Discord? We've got a Discord, my friend. I would love, if you happen to have a link, if you're willing to share it with us, I love seeing your seeing your successes. Do not hesitate to post it in the project forum, or maybe I need to just add in or the games chat. Feel free to post in the games chat as well. I love seeing what other people are working on. You find 2D harder than 3D. Interesting. I find making 3D, and I just because I'm not an artist, I find it difficult to find open source 3D stuff I can use that is free and open source. No worries, It's Hap. Oh, we got It's Hap. It's Hap has followed me today. Let's see. It's Hap. I'd like to welcome you to the stream. Oh yeah, we've got It's Hap. Thank you for following me. I'd like to welcome you to the crew. I don't know what I'd do if it were not for you. Oh, It's Hap, welcome. Thank you for following me. It's Hap, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the crew, happy to have you here. Redson says, I think it's just the way my brain works, to be honest. I've only really made one, that's not true. I've made a couple 3D games. I've only really made one that really utilized the 3D physics engine. A Crazy Marble was a really fun game I made in 3D. And I will say it was surprising, I'm not gonna say surprisingly easy, but much easier. Wow, 4 points, 6 hours. I was surprised at how powerful the Unity engine was for creating this cool game. We did this in 12 days. We have this whole 3D game here. with just basic generic stuff. And everything was made from scratch except for the textures, which were generated by AI generated. But this was a super fun project to work on. So I will say that was pretty cool. You're playing Crazy Mario right now. Good luck, my friend. If you want a game that's frustratingly difficult, check it out. It was a fun project to make. I'm actually using it as a project. I'm teaching a class called 3D level design that I've absolutely loved, using this as a core game, and students build out levels with it. It says I could send a screenshot, but it's only a square right now. It might have to wait a bit for polishing. That's fair. That's fair. Lance says, Captain, I would be glad to provide some basic models when you need them. It would give me an excuse to finally learn how to do some proper textures and materials. Sure, I'll let you know. Guess what, though, Redstone Pro says? I don't know. You got us in suspense, Redstone. What? You got to tell us now. And we never saw Redstone Pro again, and the captain never knew what. No, I'm kidding. Redstone, I gotta know. You can't just leave us hanging like this. Can't just leave us hanging. All right, so we should be able to do the following now. Operator helpers perform op, left, right. A, B goes to A and B. There we go. And then this one becomes our OR expression, A or B. And this one's harder because it's not a binary operator. This is a generic, a not binary operator. So we might explicitly write this one here. Let's see what this looks like. So in this case, we're gonna do expression dot evaluate with the environment dot to bool, and then we have to do a dot then, okay? And if it is valid, so this is going to be result. If the result is valid, we are going to return a new cast. Oh, can I just do not results? Can we do that? It's expecting me to return a cast result. So new cast success of type bool result. Okay, so this is sort of our success here. So this was like a unary operator. I don't know if unary operator is a thing. Redstone says, I got a Wii with 2 controllers and 2 steering wheels and a Mario Kart for $30. That's impressive, my friend. Congratulations. You wanted a Wii for years. Awesome. Is it like an original Wii or is it a Wii U? Because I actually have an original Wii. And it's super fun. I kind of thought, I almost got myself a Wii U for Christmas, but I decided not to. Just curious. So this would be our iCast results. OG Wii, nice. Well, result, can I do result like this? I can. And then I'm gonna return result switch. So we're gonna say that if it happens to be a cast error of bool, string message, then we're gonna be an error type. So this would be a new error value, and this is gonna be with our message. Otherwise, I kind of think that my result type, I'm curious whether or not I actually have to do this cast here. Cast success of type bool value should go to a new bool value of value. And then otherwise, something terrible's gone wrong. We'll add a default case here, semicolon. I think this should work for that. Do we get all these to build now? Cannot in our if expression. Okay, let's come in here and check. In our if expression, we have to do the to bool evaluation here. This makes sense. Redstone says 2016, it be 17 years. That's crazy in my mind. I remember the Wii being such a when I was growing up, being such a new console. That makes me feel so strange internally.
So strange internally, but that's okay. So our toBool needs to do the following. Yeah, so there's this interesting thing here. Okay, toBool dot, this should be an iCast result of type bool. Result is equal to this. Okay, if I do that, okay. Then we're gonna switch on it. Switch. So then we're gonna return result switch, do a pattern match, and we're gonna again do a thing here. I'll put a semicolon here. It's gonna be if we have a cast error bool, error, a string. String message. And I'm noticing I'm repeating this chunk of code over and over. So I feel like there's something I can do to simplify this. I'm gonna keep writing it out each time here. For now, new error of bool. And this has our message like that. And then, oh no, not caster, a new error value message. Otherwise, we have our cast success of bool, bool value. I'm curious if I need this type here. I think I do. This is where we say value question mark, and then this thing here. Excellent. And then in the last case, something terrible's gone wrong, so we can just do that. And so I've written this part multiple times. I'm curious if I can get away with something where I don't have to do that. So part of me feels like I have like this dot then, and I kind of want a dot finally, or to expression on my result type, where I can finally pull out the underlying value. And so I think we can add something simplified there. It says, I sent a short clip in general of the game. Awesome, let me see this. Let's check it out. Redson says, right now I'm working on a Halo clone. That sounds awesome. That sounds really cool. Halo was so big, again, when I was growing up. Is Halo still a giant franchise game that everyone plays? I'm not good at first-person shooters. Let's check it out here. Where did we post it? In general, gotcha. It's at little progress on first-time game dev. Let's check this out. Ooh, you do. How are you detecting? So I'm curious. When you click, when you click on the, so I noticed it looks like you're clicking. Let me see it play. When you click down here, it's not shooting, but it'll only fire if you actually happen to click on an enemy. Is that true, or can you click anywhere and it'll fire? I'm just curious. Awesome, my friend. This is lovely. We're gonna give you a super react. Boom! You get the super captain thumbs up. Look at that. Nice work. You can click anywhere. How are you calculating when you click on the screen? What are you doing to do that? You just have like a mouse input on like a game manager? I'm curious. Nice work, my friend. Beautiful job. Beautiful job. All right, so let's see if we can build this. We're just finding errors. Whenever you have a refactor, you often end up with errors. This should be a comma. Syntax parsing error, compilation type error. All right, perform op, left, right, equality expression. Okay, cool. So now we can still this one. Oh, interesting. Ambiguous call. Between methods. How can I be explicit here? I want to be explicit. So I think I just need to come over here. This should return int bool. Int. There we go. So I just have to specify the type on those. You love arrays in Godot, as opposed to arrays in other languages, or do you just love arrays in general, Redston? Okay, and then again, this thing here, our expected value, expected I expression, expected should be equal to a new bool value left greater than right. Like that. And expected, we get rid of this dot to bool. Instead, just say call the evaluation there. Perfect. Then we had another one here. I was happy to do that there. Okay, all right, let's try it now. It's tap referring to your project. I'm getting the camera screen to world point of the input mouse position, and then I get the vector to direction by position, the player position. Gotcha. Very cool. That's awesome. Arrays are just the bed. Yeah, arrays are incredibly powerful, Redston. They give you the ability to do lots of wonderful things. I'm glad you're working on mastering that skill. I'm going to tell you, you know, on top of arrays, dictionaries. Dictionaries are sort of like a fancy extension of arrays. Dictionaries are like the most, in my mind, one of the most important things to learn in programming. They open up your ability to do so many things. So if you're not familiar with dictionaries, and maybe, let's see, you said arrays in Godot. Okay, so you're doing GDScript. So I think arrays in GDScript are you can use dictionaries the same way you can use arrays. It says, next thing I'm trying to make enemies spawn randomly on the map when the previous one dies. Cool, cool. Keep us informed of that progress, my friend. Keep us informed. All right, folks, we did it. We added in our error type, so they're completely in, I believe. So let's go look at our I value. That was a major refactor. Cool. Cool. I'm really, really happy with this. Part of me wants to maybe not call it a cast result. So we might end up with something on top of that, but I really, really like this. It worked out really well. I can get rid of this delegate. Corfless says, "I terribly awesome joke. What is a wizard who spins?" I don't know, Corfless. What is a wizard who spins? I need to know. A helicopter. A helicopter. Because I got it. I got it. Beautiful. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad, for that joke. We appreciate you. All right, here we go. We're gonna add this in. Git add, git commit dash m feat, implement. Or this is actually a refactor. Refactor. I value dot to bool returns I cast result of bool. So let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot here. I wonder, I don't know if there was a way to actually get this to happen previously. Let's see if we can get in our error. Let x equals true in let y equals 5 in x equals so I don't have equality check in. Here we go. Actually, I could do let x equal 5 in if x then 0 else 1. Unexpected t. That's interesting. I don't know if I can do that here. Let x equals true unexpected t. It's finding this t here as a problem. There's a bug in my parser in if x then 0 else 1. Yeah, so there's a bug in my parser here. Let x equals true in if x equals 5 then 0 else 1. Cannot cast error to bool. That's an interesting error that probably shouldn't be going on. Cannot cast error to bool. I think cannot cast error to bool. It's trying, so it's discovered that x equals 5 is an error, but then it's trying to cast that to a bool. So my error messages are, I don't crash anymore. I have some weird things. So it's actually saying x equals 5. There's no key x, so we need an error on our lookup there as well. So this is interesting. Let x equals 5 in x equals true. I'm so upset that I have a parsing error. Let x equals 5 in x equal 1. let x equals 5 and x greater than true. I have a parsing error. Same thing, when we find this identifier, I need to make sure that if it's in this position, yeah, I have a parsing error here. That's frustrating. It's okay. It's okay. We've made some progress, some excellent progress here. With an S, Amat with an S. Redson says, I don't use Git. I have a macro that saves all my game of my choose to save it to my flash drive. You should. A great skill to learn, Redston, is to use a repository. It doesn't have to be Git, but version control is very, very helpful. Highly recommend checking it out, doing your best to learn a little bit more of it. Because it can be super helpful, super useful. I know some people get frustrated with it at the beginning, but it is I can't live without it. Let me say that. It's like air. I need me a Git repository. Okay. All right. We have language level errors. We have a little bug in here. I need to add in to my README here. Known bugs. This expression does not parse properly. So the expression was this. There's something on my let expression, the right side, x greater than true. Let me even try a little bit. Let me try one more thing. X greater than true. Yeah, it's even simpler than that. X greater than true. It cannot parse out. It's finding x in some sort of arithmetic expression. What's a parse? Good question. Don't you mean pass? No, I mean parse. So parse is saying, I would like to read this string here, x greater than true, and convert it. So I'm gonna examine that text and parse it and convert it to something else. So when you parse something, it's taking that and transforming it. I'd like to transform this x greater than true into an expression. The result under the hood should be something where it's able to evaluate x as a value greater than true. But my program, so for example, if I do 5 greater than 6, my program's happy to do that. It's not exclusive to C#. Exactly. Not exclusive to C#. It's usually associated with a string, but not always. Like filtering an array. I'm not sure if that's a good comparison or not. But notice here, my x is greater than true. X is a variable. So if I did let x equals 5 in x greater than 6, oh, it does work here. Let x equals 5 in it. No, this is actually a parsing error. Okay, so this is a correct. You shouldn't allow to be greater than true. This parse actually makes sense because okay. Let me see. X equals true in y equals false in x greater than y. Unexpected equals. So that one's weird to me. Let x equals true in x greater than 5. Cannot do bool to int. Okay, that one's good. Let x equals true in. Oh, I forgot a y. Let y equals false in x greater than y. Cannot cast bool to int. Okay, so this is actually not a bug. This is correct. It's just the error message that my parser produces is terrible. Redson asks, why are we making a new language anyway? That's a great question. So this is a language that supports dice rolling as a numeric type. All right, so randomness is built into the numeric type of this one. So I can do 3d6, and this actually means roll 3 6-sided dice. If I did 2d8, that means roll 2 8-sided dice and then get the value back. If I do 100d6, it rolls all those. So this language is sort of a special language specifically for doing dice rolling. And so the idea is you could use this in like a Dungeons and Dragons style thing. I have written an extension to C#. I should call it a library to C#. That is part of my Captain Coder core library. I can never remember how to get to the GitHub Pages version, so I go this way. but I have a little dice library inside of this called DiceLink. I called it DiceLink. Let me see if it can just show it to you here without having to go into broader detail. Captain Coder Core Doc API. Where is it? Namespace dice. Here we go. So I have this sort of dice notation here. I've written a language in which I can do the following with my strings. I do 3d6 plus strength dot 2 dice notation. I can even do 3d6 dot plus 2 dot simple roll. So I wrote a little language for doing randomness via dice rolling in C# and I extend it this way. Someone on the Discord, so I wrote a little language for doing this. This is a domain specific language. And so I have this thing here to do that. It doesn't support if statements. It doesn't really support real variables. It doesn't support functions. And so the idea is to extend this language to have functions. No worries, Redston. Welcome back. But the short answer, that was the long answer. The short answer is that 100 Acres asked us, said, hey, I'd love to see how you might create a programming language. How would you do it? And so that's what we're doing every week. Every 2 weeks, we try to do a new project every 7 days on Captain Coder's Academy. And so this just happens to be the project that we're doing right now. And we're learning about it. And it's been a super fun experience to do in C#. So I hope that answered your question, Redston, for asking such a beautiful question, Redston. Because you're not the only person that wants to know that, I'm sure. 50 points to you. Thank you for asking. All right, so yay money. Yeah. I would like to add syntax for multi-parameter functions next. So one thing here, let's go to my, we need to have better error messages if anyone except me wants to use this. So let's look at this example here. Change language mode Haskell. This program here, let's look at this, creates a function that does exponent. So EXP stands for exponent. And so I have this program here that calculates 2 to the power of 3. 2 to the power of 3. .NET run exp.die. Okay. Redston, can I have 100 points just because I'm cool? Just because I'm cool. Redston, because you asked so nicely. Redston. I'm gonna give you 500 points, my friend, because you asked so nicely. 500 points to you, because you're awesome. That was easy. There we go. It's the easy button. But notice this program evaluates the function, and notice I have a function that returns a function, and because of that, I can actually go ahead and apply it here with multiple parameters in this way. This is a little bit gross. It would be much nicer to be able to define a program in the following way. Let me save this as, save as. Top 150, look at you go, my friend. We're gonna save this as exp multi-arg.die. Okay. It would be much better to write this in the following way. I think it would be much nicer to be able to write this in the following way, where we have the parameters common. This is much more what you would expect to see. What does the symbol in Captain's t-shirt mean? Let's look at it real quick. Captain, let's see, Captain Coder. Do I have a nice picture of it here on captaincoder.org? There we go. The C, this is 2 C's combined together inside of a tag. So it's 2 C's is what it is. I hired someone like 8 years ago to design this logo for me, and that's what they came up with. And so it's 2 C's. Can I have 4 points just to make a nice number? You get 100 points every moment you hang out. So you get 100 points every moment. Every hour you're here, you get 100 more points, Redson. So if you just wait long enough, you'll get 4 points, I promise. You just want it to be an even, nice round number though, I see. Ponce, Han says Ponce. Redston, Nerd Waffle, who's that handsome guy? It's the nerd waffle, my friends. Looking in that mirror, nerd waffle. Welcome back to the chat. Nerd waffle, welcome back, my friend. Happy Saturday. How are you on this beautiful day? I am doing absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much for asking. Lance says, you want an even number? That's odd. But thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad. Lance, for that beautiful joke. 4 points to you, my friend. 4 points to you. Thank you for making us all laugh, giggle. Thindle says, God, Book King, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Redston Pro says, now it's even worse. I'm sorry, Redston. I'm sorry. Only good for IRS is who? You can always give points away, Redston. If you use the give points command, you can always give points to someone. And then your pointage will change the way you want it to. Only good for the IRS is who? Ooh, okay. So I want my language to support this syntax. And we're gonna do this in a way that is clever. I don't wanna add a whole new expression. We're gonna make it so that this syntax here is going to be sugar. We call it syntactic sugar. And so if I write this program here, it's gonna be an equivalent to this program. So we're gonna add in a parse that says, if we have a function with commas in it, it actually is gonna translate into, this is called a curried function. Some people call this a closure, but it's gonna come into a curried function. And so then when we call a function, we put commas in it like this, it's going to basically expand to this here. So this is our plan. This is our plan here. If you give them 4 points, you have to give everyone 4 points. That's right, that's right. Thanks again, Dad. Thanks again, Dad. Keeping us in line. Okay, so to do this, we're gonna go over to my function parser. So there's 2 steps. We gotta do a function parser. Func parser. And so we have a function expression. This is like a single arg function expression. And then we're gonna do an expression that is a little bit, we're gonna do a multi-arg function expression as well. So public static parser I expression multi-param func expression. So it's essentially gonna be a lot like this one. It's gonna be a lot like this one. Okay. Where we start with the fun, and then we need at least one param. So it's going to be called our first. I'm going to call this one first param, like this. And then we need to be able to parse commas followed by multiple params. Commas, multiple params. Parse, comma, more params, like that. Devro says, all right, Captain, I will have some food. Catch you next time. Devro, folks, the insatiable, the incredible Devro, have yourself a beautiful day as always. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and don't forget to bring me lunch next time. No, I kid. Have yourself a beautiful day. You are welcome back anytime, Devro. Take care. All right, so we're gonna parse these parameters, and essentially we want to find a comma followed by another identifier. That's the goal here. So we need a comma followed by another identifier. And so we're going to call this from additional params. All right, so we'll do additional params here. And we'll call this parse additional params expression here. And this is going to allow us to come down, and we're going to write another one, public static parser. And this one's going to return an IEnumerable, additional param. All right, I'm just going to call this an additional param. Additional param. All right, so an additional param is actually going to be an I expression. And it's going to just find, okay, additional param, like this. This one's not going to be too hard. It's going to just basically say from, we're going to find a comma. Can we just tokenize it? Tokenize, comma, followed by identifier string.token. Cool. We might not even need to do that. Identifier string. Okay, so we do need to do from identifier ID in. This should get us an ID, and then we're just going to return a new. Oh, this is a string. This is a string. That's why. There we go. Not multiple expressions. I need to get rid of this from. So this will parse a comma followed by a string identifier. So it's something that's allowed to be a parameter. Nerdwall says, bring the cap, and apple teachers love apples. I love apples. Look, it's one of my favorite fruits. One of my favorite foods. I love red apples. I love green apples. I just don't like the red delicious apples are not so good. Redson Pro says, why does my code look like this? Be careful what the code you post, Redson, because Twitch doesn't support formatting. So if you want to post a chunk of code, feel free to do so using a paste bin or a haste bin. If you want the formatting to be preserved. All right, so now additional params, and this is going to be mini. So we're going to parse 0 or more params. 0 or more params, yeah. This right. And then we sort of have this, I want a thing that sort of will combine our func values into multiples. Yeah. And then we have an expression on the right side that sort of binds them together. Yeah, so it's gonna feed them in. So these are all gonna become function values along the way. So let's look at what that would look like here. Public static, really is going to be a func value. Build multi-param func like this. And we can kind of do it recursively, I think. So we're going to take in we might even just do it iteratively. That would be a little bit better. This is going to be like func value outer or current. And then we have an array or an IEnumerable of strings, remaining args. Okay. And so if we have no additional arguments, if remaining args is 0, we just return the current. Otherwise, we have to build it up here. Remaining args, let's turn this into an array. We'll just make this an array of strings. It'll be a little bit easier to deal with, I think. And then we'll do length. Okay. So if there are no additional arguments, we just return the current function. That's going to be this one. The idea is we return build multi-param func with our starting function, and then we're going to do additional params.toArray here. Donnie says, what's up, Cap? Donnie Hostillo, how are you? How are you today? I'm doing fabulous, Donnie. We are working on Dicelang ++. We're making a ton of progress. We're making a ton of progress, making progress here. Captain, what thing would you suggest to make first in C#? C# alone? Let's see, C# alone, Redston, or do you want to do something like in Unity or Godot? I always recommend starting with like a what do I start with? Maybe tic-tac-toe. It depends on like your background. I know you have some programming background. Tic-tac-toe is always a good start just to get used to using arrays and sort of user input, that sort of stuff. So that's always a good start. Donnie asked, I woke up to eat lunch and saw I won the giveaway. Oh, folks, our giveaway just finished. Donnie boy. Oh, Donnie boy. Congratulations, Donnie boy. Congratulations. Lihovo, excellent. Congratulations, my friend, on winning the exclusive, actually there's 4 in existence, the Captain Coder hologram. Lihovo, when you have a chance, you don't have to do it right now, can DM me your address so I can mail it to you. I'll be mailing it out on Wednesday next week. If you would prefer to email it to me, send me a DM and I'll give you an email that you can send it to. Well, look, Donnie, you're wrong. You never won anything in your life until now, in which case you've won here. Congratulations, Donnie. I'm so glad here. Fast chat. I didn't miss you. I'm sorry. Hello, Fast Chat. How are you on this beautiful day? Welcome back. Welcome to the crew, my friend. And it says, do you like the monkey I put there? Where'd you put your monkey? Where did you put your monkey? I missed it. Let me know where the monkey is, and I'll take a look. Yeah, congratulations. We'll be doing another giveaway next Saturday. I'm not sure what we're going to get. Actually, I think we're probably going to be giving away Captain Coder coasters next week. Captain Coder coasters, I think, are coming next week, folks. So be prepared to win yourself some laser engraved Captain Coder coasters next week. We'll see what happens. Fast Chat says, doing okay, working on a React problem from work website. Gotcha. Oh, you put it in the giveaway. Let's take a look here. Better. You put it in the giveaway. I don't see it. You replied to someone? I guess I'm not seeing it. Hang on. I'm going to pull this over here just to double check exactly what's going on. Whoa, we got all sorts of new people today. Thank you, everybody, so much for popping in. Or are you boozling me, Redston? Boozlin'? Are you a boozler, Redston? I'm missing it. Oh, I see it. Oh, Redston with the monkey react. How many did you use, FastChat S3? I have two, but I want to get a third. Ever since I started streaming, I feel like I need a third one just for my chat stuff. So I'd like to get a third one to put in the middle that's like horizontal. So I have two monitors, one on the left, one on the right. It essentially looks like this. That is essentially my exact setup there. I would have three just for my chat stuff. It would be exclusively for streaming, so I'm not sure. And then I'd have to, if I got it, I'd have to recommission that picture. So maybe I don't want a third one. That's right, Nerd Waffle. Captain Coder coasters, some Captain coasters. Okay, so the idea here is we're gonna say if, let's see. How did we build up our application? A func value. Is this right? Is the Kinesis keyboard worth it? I have carpal tunnel. So what I'll say is I have carpal tunnel on my right side. This is the only keyboard I've ever used in which I didn't have pain typing on it. So for me, it is absolutely worth it. It's kind of expensive. If you can get by with a cheaper keyboard, go for it. That said, the Kinesis Pro is a amazing keyboard. It's like super feature rich, power user keyboard is what I'd call it. Power user. I love it. I've had it for probably 16 years at this point. But they're a new one is like $400. So definitely an investment. But if you amortize that over all that time and how much I use it every day for many hours. Absolutely worth it for me. That said, it's very expensive. Nerdwall says I have 8 monitors. They are nothing fancy on one computer. I don't even know. I have enough spots for 5 monitors on mine. I can't. But do you have enough spots for 8 monitors on one computer, or do you have multiple computers with 8 monitors? That's a different question, I think. Fascia says I also use a CRKL switch for my monitors toggles. Yeah, I have because I switch between 3 different machines. I have a switch down here too that I can press that'll actually switch all my monitors to my different computers. And I also have a switch. Well, I'm singing to myself. Let me know when the chat is back. Let me know when the stream is back, 'cause I'm singing by myself. Our chat is crashing. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Are we back now? Someone let me know if I'm back. Someone let me know if I'm back. I think I'm back. So sorry, folks. My stream's been coming in and out all day. It's kind of driving me nuts a little bit, but it looks like we're back. I'm so sorry. No audio though. I hope, does anyone else have the audio? I will, since Redson said, yep, you're back. I'm assuming that the audio came through. If you hit refresh, it should get you back on there. Brent says, I got my favorite keyboard for 35 instead of 100. Nice, nice. That's a good deal. That's a good deal. That's what? 65% off. 65% off. Build multi-param funk. Okay. Is this right? Because our function, so here's the thing, our inside actually needs to be a function value on the inner. I think we can actually do that though. So hang on, we'll do 4. I think we can do it because we can pull out those parameters. Yeah. 4 int I for each string remaining param. I'm gonna call it param in remaining args. My problem then, brand new by the way, congratulations, that's awesome. At the end of the day, we're gonna again return current, but we're gonna update. I prefer name item. You would call this item. So this should be called remaining parameters. So the idea is this is a parameter. So I'm trying to name it based on that. So this is a parameter that's going into a function. It's not an item. So I want it to be maybe parameter. So this is a parameter to a function in the language itself. And so current should actually be equal to a new function value. And the parameter is the leftmost parameter. I still think this is just, this is interesting here. I'm struggling a little bit. Because it shouldn't, the outside one shouldn't change. So it should be current. The inner expression, it's because it's the Italian burr and no one was buying it, so they lowered the price. Gotcha. Interesting. So you have an Italian version of the keyboard. Are you Italian, Redston? I'm just curious. If that's the case, I'm just curious. Does it have like Italian keys on it? You just got new keycaps and put them on there? That would do it. Nice. A little bit of extra effort to get it going, but that seems reasonable. It seems like a reasonable thing to do. Part of me feels like I could do this more easily recursively. Part of me feels like I could do this a little bit easier recursively. So at the end of the day, so here's the thing. If I'm parsing the following, let me go through here. If I'm parsing the following, f of x comma y goes to x plus y. The expression that I want is going to be a new func value of x, new func value of y, and then the body of this one is x plus y. So at the end of the day, that's what I need. I need my inner to have this. If I did another one, let's write f of x, y, z. At the end of the day, I want new func value of x, new func value of y, new func value of z, x plus y plus z. Like this. So I need to keep nesting them in. So the outside one doesn't change, and instead I'm pushing them inside. I'm pushing them internal, like that. So I think I actually want to let me change this a little bit. It's going to take a string first arg. All right, so it's gonna take string first arg, and then the remaining first arg, remaining first param. We'll call this first parameter, and then this is gonna be our I expression body. So I think what we can do here is we're actually gonna start out by saying is the inside value an array also? I don't quite understand the question. So we're required to have one parameter. Fast chat, can you try asking again? Is the inside value an array also? I don't understand the question. Current, all right, so current starts out, so func value, current starts out as a new func value of first parameter and body. And then we need to swap the body out. So then we're gonna do current dot body expression. I don't think I can set this. That's the thing. I want to be able to set the body expression and I can't. That's immutable. So, but I want to return a current equals new func value. The issue here should still be first parameter, but now it's gonna be a new func value of remaining parameter. I could write this much more easily as a recursive remaining value of 0 dot body, like that. And then lastly, so I'm just writing this out. Current. So I'm trying to figure out how to make my loop do this thing, because I cannot modify the body because it's an immutable type. And I kind of think I need to start on the inside and work my way out. I need to start on the inside and work my way out. Can I? Let me try something interesting. Why not work the outside one first and then drill down inside? Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I need to start on the inside and come out. Work the outside one first and drill it down inside. I almost need to have, so this is what I'm saying, like a recursive function would be much better here. So I'm gonna make this a list. List of string. I think this will work a little bit better. And we keep that body. Okay, so let's try it with a list. And really this list is gonna be slightly inefficient to start out. I'm gonna write the recursive version and see if it makes sense to write the non-recursive version. So we're gonna say if remaining parameters dot count is equal to 0, then we're done. And we can return a new func value of the first parameter and then the body. So if we're done, that's the body. Otherwise, we know we have at least one thing remaining. So we're actually going to return, build multi-parameter func. And this feels awkward to me. I feel like I've got something quite slightly wrong here. But we're going to pull the first thing off, and then this will be like remaining. Could that possibly return a null object? I'm going to guarantee that this will not be a null object. First param is guaranteed not to be null. These will be guaranteed not to be null. And then internally, this will be a new func value. And this is going to pull the first thing off. All right, so we're going to do remaining parameters. So here's what I'll do. I'll do string head is equal to remaining parameters at 0. So I know for sure it has one thing. And so it's going to be, our new body is going to be head, comma, body. Okay. And then we just remaining parameters dot remove first, remove 0, remove at. And the reason this is bad is every time we remove at 0 on a list, it's really slow. And then we just say remaining parameters here. So this will recursively let us do it. And so this is why I'm saying like, oh, okay, I think I can do a for each here. This should work, because at the end of the day, we put the first parameter first, we pull off the remaining one. Is this gonna do the right thing though? It needs to start at the end. So this should return the last element. It doesn't like that. Remaining parameters dot count minus 1. It's going to tell me to simplify. So what did I do wrong with my simplification? Okay, I thought that's what I had. What did I have? Okay, that is what I had, and did a Control Z until I got there. Then we removed the last element. Remaining parameters dot count minus 1. This actually is performant. If we remove the last element, so we come all the way up to the first, and then we just sort of say and done. We can do it. What's the dot do? This says get the last element. This says index at the end. So the caret is saying, so this is equivalent to remaining parameters of remaining parameters dot count minus 1. It's equivalent to that. Dave Ska. Is it Dave Ska or Davey Ska or Dave E Ska? 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the chat, my friend. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. How are you on this beautiful Saturday, Dave? So nice to have you here. So now this would become first param, comma. So this is only available, I think it's, if you're doing Unity development, it's not available because this is syntax that was added, I think, in C# 10. Davey Ska, Davey Ska. Let me know if I'm so again. I'm terrible. I'm a simpleton, Davis Ska. I'm a simpleton. So you gotta bear with me, and I apologize for getting it wrong because I'm gonna get it wrong over and over and over. So please forgive me and correct me as many times as you'd like. This is our expression here. So I think this part, we're gonna write a test for this. To see if this is doing what we want, and then we might simplify it because this feels a little bit awkward and funky to me. That I'm passing this in, that we're going sort of backwards. It is, and we're doing the remove here. There's some weird stuff happening here that I'm not a huge fan of. Close enough, good. I'm glad it was close enough. We could also do this. Might be better. Remaining parameters. We're gonna do it recursively because this sort of makes sense to me right here. Close enough. I'm glad. And I'm gonna mess it up over and over again. So I apologize ahead of time. But Davis Ska, I'm so happy to have you here. How are you doing on this beautiful? You said I'm well. How about you? I'm doing fabulous. I'm doing fabulous on this Saturday. Any day I get to wake up in code is a beautiful day indeed. We are creating our own programming language, calling it DiceLang++. It's called DiceLang++ because it supports changeling mode Haskell. It supports native dice rolling numeric types. So 3d6, it means that we're gonna roll 3 6-sided dice. So I could put this anywhere. I could put a number, +7, +1d4, and this will result in this computation. So if you've ever done tabletop role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons, Swords and Sorcery type stuff, we do rolls like this in those games. And so this is just a native way to do it. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Oh, I don't even know if you asked a question, but that's what we're doing. We currently have a language that supports this sort of syntax. We're adding in a syntactic sugar for a multi-argument function currently. Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. Why is it not going up? It goes up every 10 minutes, I think. And so your pointage is not going up, is what you're saying? It should go up automatically, unless there's a bug in Stream Elements. It should automatically go. I think it's every 10 minutes or every 5 minutes it'll go up on an interval. So it just might be caught on a weird interval there, Redston. I promise it will go up. It just might have to update. It might not update. Give it a little more time. Give it a little more time. It might have caught it right on the edge or a cusp of it. I promise it's going up. I actually don't know if I can promise. Extreme Elements, I don't have control over how it works exactly, but I think it does it every 5 or 10 minutes. I can't remember. It will go up though. It should go up. I don't know for sure now though. Okay. So we are gonna test out this parser here. The multi-param function expression parser. And the cool thing is actually this just becomes our regular function expression, I believe. But let's try it. Let's go into our tests. We're gonna write a test. This is gonna be part of our function tests. Function test. Function expression test. .NET, does it still build? .NET build. And it will build. Will it build? Yes, it's building. It built. Okay. And so I was going to come down here into our function tests. And we're going to do a test here. Test multi-param func parse. Okay. So we're going to test whether or not we can do the following. Fun x comma y should go to, and just to keep things simple, I'm going to put a single value on the right side equals 5. So that way I don't have to draw. So we're going to see if we can parse it. And then the expected result is going to be a func value that has an x, and then a new func value that has a y. And then the body of this one should be a new int. Yeah. So this should just be a new int value of 5, like that. Okay, that's our expected. Does this parse? I hope so. That'd be cool if it would parse here. Let's run these unit tests. It didn't parse. There's an unexpected comma. Unexpected comma. I'm surprised. I'm a little surprised. Oh, because we're in a dice-line expression. I want to do our. This should be our multi-param function expression. Codex says, "Oof, that storm last night got crazy. Glad I had just enough room to pull the new car in." Well, I'm glad you didn't get hit by. This was in Texas, right? Austin? Are you in Austin? Is that correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Codex, I'm glad you're doing okay. I'm glad you made it through. Our test passed here. Okay, so I'm curious, can I swap this out now? All right, so my multi-param function, I kind of think I can just do this as a general func expression. So I'm gonna change that here, and see if this will now work. So this would just be a func expert, and let's see if we broke any tests. First, let's make sure it builds. .NET build. Power went out a few times. Lots of hail. Fun times. Yeah, fun. That's right. Fun in double quotes. I'm glad you're doing all right, my friend. I'm glad you made it through. Let's reload our test. We're going to run our tests here and see how we did. Discovering tests. Run them all. These ones are the ones that are important. But essentially, we want to see if any of our other stuff fail. By swapping that out there. Beautiful. All of our tests are continuing to pass. Amma, I'm so sorry you didn't win. Look, Amma, let's do another giveaway. We'll be doing another giveaway next week, so feel free to hop in. I will have it. I don't have it posted just yet. We are going to be giving away, and just stay tuned. We'll be doing more giveaways. Next week, we're giving away these Captain Coder coasters. Maybe not as cool. Maybe it's not as cool. Do some Captain Coder coaster giveaways next week. And you could also, Captain Coder socks, my friend. Captain Coder socks. Look, these guaranteed to boost your coding skills up to 3%. Look, you can get some Captain Coder socks. This is a picture of me from like 12 years ago. Haven't changed much. But yeah, you can get in on that. Codex, how have you been though aside from the storm, my friend? Did you ever solve, I know you had some issues with your parallelism stuff. Did you ever get that working? I never heard back from you. Nerd Waffle, yeah, you won some socks last time. Congratulations. I have so many. I bought, when I used to work in person, I would give them out to my students as a good luck for their AP exam, and they would all wear them to the AP exam. It was awesome. It cracked me up. Okay, so let's try one more. Let's test multi-param function parse. Well, let's go with 5, just to get 5x, y, z. We'll do a, b, c, d, e. And so this should just end up with a giant A. B, we're just gonna, this last one's gonna be E down at the bottom. And then we're just gonna B, C, D, E, like that. In our format. Doesn't want a format for me, that's annoying. That's okay. Let's run this test, rediscover. Codex says, I need to get back on that. I got distracted with other projects, terminal illness stuff of family members. Yeah, I heard that. I hope that is, I'm very sorry to hear that, my friend. Lawyers and my own health, but it's high on the list. Gotcha. Well, you know what I'm gonna say. Just, don't let it stress you out. The coding part of it. If you ever get a chance, get back to it. I hope it is a fun experience for you. And if you ever need, if you ever need help or anything like that, it's always nice to have you around, especially on the Discord. I hope things are on the up and up, my friend. I hope things are on the up and up. All right, so we have our, this was wrong, test 5. Okay, so I think our multi-param parser works, which should, so then we're gonna have to do a multi-param application next, but we should be able to have half of this working. So if I go to this one here, we should be able to do 2, 3 like this. Let's test this out to see if we made it here. .NET run exp mult arg die. I'm just curious. We should get 8 back. Unexpected I. Did I? What is there even I in? Let function. I forgot my forward error here. I need to get better parser error messages because these are gnarly. Unexpected left parenthesis. Because my function application here, my function application is not there yet. I think. There we go. Okay, so our function, we can have multi-arg functions now. And the cool thing is we didn't have to add anything special to our abstract syntax tree. We just made it so that this parser parses to our base language. So we have curried functions. Everything is a continuation in this language, and that's really cool. Let's do a commit. Git status, git add, git status. Make sure I'm not committing anything weird. Git commit, feat, implement multi-variable function parsing. All right, so we have multivariable function parsing. Now we need multivariable applications. So it's gonna work a very similar way. Next, we wanna add in multivariable applications. So again, this will just get turned into multiple function application calls. So let's come over to our, is it part of our function parser? Do we have an application? Okay, so the apply function expression. Similar, we can actually pull in additional params. So we can actually use the same thing, I believe. Argument expression can be separated by comma. So we have an argument expression. Daviska, good question. Daviska asks, why don't you use Visual Studio? This is a fantastic question. Visual Studio, let me tell you, Visual Studio has way better support for C# development than Visual Studio Code. Absolutely, I agree with it. It has fabulous, fabulous support. That said, I teach at a school, so I'm a computer science teacher, at a school for ages 10 to 14. We do several programs in Python, JavaScript, Java, Harlow scheme. We do all kinds of programming languages. And so we've decided as a school that Visual Studio Code is going to be the program we use for all of them, so students don't have to worry about installing a bunch of different things. So this is me forcing myself to learn the workflow of Visual Studio Code so I can help my students. Additionally, Visual Studio Code is much more lightweight than Visual Studio, and VS Code works pretty well. I will say that it doesn't have I have missed a lot of features from when I have used Visual Studio Codex. I have missed a lot of those, but that said, this is me making sure I know how to make everything work in Visual Studio Code. Fast Chat asks, does recursive consume a lot of memory when run? Define a lot. It uses more memory than iterative. It uses the stack. So we are doing recursive stuff, which uses the stack, and then each call builds up more memory. So it uses more memory. Absolutely, that is true. C# I don't think supports something called tail call optimizations, but in purely functional language, you can do something called tail call optimizations where recursion that's in a specific form, this recursion cannot actually do that, but recursion in a specific form can be reduced, can be optimized into a fast loop. So it's technically possible in pretty much every situation to rewrite a recursive function. So a recursive function to be in tail call optimization, so tail call position, which allows for be compiled into a fast for loop. That said, you have to be careful about how you do it. So in this case, I have this multiply on the left side and I have base times. I wouldn't be able to do a tail call optimization with that. And I won't go into too much detail on it. Daviska asks, so you are also a teacher? Yes, I'm a computer science educator. I work at a school for young people, ages 10 to 14. But that's my passion, teaching computer science. Good question, Fast Chat. Recursion does use more memory than a loop. And for such a good question, 50 points to you. That said, in most situations, you don't have to worry too much about it. Sometimes you can write some elegant solutions using recursion, and you have to be careful to know that this isn't gonna loop forever. Just like if you wrote a regular for loop, you want it to be short. Han says, I always assume recursion cannot be done with a function that returns void, but you actually can. Yes, of course you can. Okay, so I want to do, how much time do we got on our break? Do I need to take a break? My break timer is so broke. When I see reset break, what is this doing? My reset break, my break is so broken. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, something awkward's going, something really annoying is happening with my break timer today, and it's not resetting properly. Hanoi says, yeah, but a lot of tutorials out there don't return a void to explain recursion. Gotcha. That's true. I think recursion is one of the most poorly explained topics in computer science education. And it tends to be this thing where people just avoid recursion. Don't use recursion. And it's explained, I think it's explained poorly and introduced as like this hard concept. Whereas if you just start writing things where students have to do it. I introduce recursion without ever saying the word recursion. I just have students start using it, and that tends to work pretty well for me. For them, I will say. As soon as you say the word recursion, students get confused. At least that has been my experience. Okay. I think I need to we're gonna go for 20 more minutes. I'm gonna see if I can get this done in 20 minutes. This should be our first arg expression, and then optional args. This is interesting. This is so interesting here. I think I might have to write another thing here called apply func multi arg expression. So it's not quite the same. So we have an argument expression. Oh no, my argument. This is fascinating to me. My argument expression can have commas in it. So it's like a die-slang expression. We have to have parentheses, but it can be a die-slang expression followed by one or more one has to have at least one, and then you can have commas separating them. This is like a fascinating little thing I'm discovering here. You mean like the comma operator from JavaScript? I didn't even know that the comma was an operator in JavaScript. I think it's just syntax for lists. But yes, I'm trying to implement this for function application. I've added it to function definitions with comma. I would like to have it for function application as well. And I'm thinking through that process here of how I want to do it. My dice language expression inner. So we need at least one dice language expression. And then it can have multiple expressions. And so I'm a little bit, maybe I'm just running low on energy because we've been streaming for almost 6 hours here. You want to post a link for the reference? Sure. Give me a second here. Permit here, 6. Go ahead. Comma operators for joining expressions. I didn't know it was, yeah, I'd be curious what the context is. Operators, comma. Comma. For joining, and the comma has a very low precedent. Without them, a equals 1 plus 2, comma 3 plus 4 values to a comma. What is, oh, so this is like for doing tuples? I don't even know what this does in JavaScript. Here, I gotta check it out. Let x equals 1 plus 2, comma 3 plus 4. What is this? What is this even doing? Not tuples. 7. It returned just the rightmost one. It just evaluates both expressions. So can I do let a equals 1 plus 2, comma, let b equals 7 plus 1 in parentheses? Those are assignments. Well, I'm just trying to understand what is the context. Give me a good context for using the comma operator. And why am I in, because let me turn this off. Comma. I've never comma operator. The comma operator is one of the rarest and most unusual operators. Sometimes it's used to write shorter code, so we need to know it in order to understand what's going on. The comma operator allows us to evaluate several expressions, dividing them with a comma. Each of them is evaluated, only the result of the last one is returned. Why would you do that? That feels silly. I want to know, give me a good use example. This is weird that they're calling it an operator. Bad practice. I've used it in loops like this where you actually are iterating over multiple things. So like this seems like a reasonable spot to use. I've never thought of it as an operator. I've always thought of it as syntax. The fact that they're calling it an operator is weird. It does have a value. It's like an ignore value type thing. Because I have seen stuff, fascinating. That for loop is a bad example. I actually think this is a more reasonable example. But in this case, it's like a syntactic thing. But yeah, I don't. So anyway, I don't remember. Han, I don't remember your original question. Feel free to ask your original question again. I don't quite. You mean the comma operator from JavaScript? Mine is not an operator. It's just syntax. So right now to do every function in my programming language is a single argument function. So when you can actually just do partial application. So if I did the following, if I had a function, I said f of x comma y is equal to x plus y. I could do another thing here where I just do f of 5. Okay, and so I could write a function called add 5 equals to this, and now add 5 is a function that if I put 4 in here, I can do that later, and my program will x will be 5 and y will be 4. So this is called like a curry. This is called a closure. So we're doing a closure here. This is called function currying, named after Curry. What is it? Curry. What was the guy's name? Curry Howard isomorphism. Who was the guy? The Curry Howard isomorphism. What's the first name of the guy? Curry. Haskell Curry. All right. So the idea here is that you don't have to do it. So right now in my language, if I wanted to call f, I could do f of 5, 4. Because this evaluates to another function, I can apply it. I want there to be syntactic sugar where if I do f comma 5, f of 5 comma 4, it is identical to doing this above. It's just a nice little, what I'm calling syntactic sugar. It'll compile down, it'll evaluate into the same expression under the hood. I don't know if that answered your question. I hope it did. But yeah, every function in my language is a single argument function that can have partial application. It's called a partially applied function or a closure. Partially applied function has a closure, so it encapsulates the context. It's not a closure, it's a partially applied function. The partially applied function uses a closure. Shouldn't there be an empty parenthesis at the end of the function call like 5? No. So this actually evaluates to a function under the, yeah, I don't need an empty. Add 5 is another function. So you'll notice that later on, add 5 can just do this. So it evaluates to another function. Let me see, does my REPL work right now? Let me show you, let me see if I can explain it using the REPL. Let f of x comma y be a function x plus y and I can just say f here. Unexpected let f equals function x comma y. We're gonna add syntax for this, by the way. We just haven't gotten there. We'll have a special let binding. Goes to x plus y in f. I'm gonna copy this so I have it. Let me try again. Let f equal. I got it. First try, folks. First try. Welcome back, Redston. You'll notice that f evaluate says I'm a function with a variable x in it. So if I do f of, if I paste this and I actually make this f of 5, it's going to say, oh, I'm a function that has a parameter called y. So I can now do f of f5 and 2, and that will be the actual full evaluation of it. I hope that kind of makes sense. So I can do let f equals fun x comma y. Let me actually just paste this in here. And then let me define another function here. And it might make more sense to do this as a file since it's getting a little bit longer. Let me do it as a file. Kill this. Let's come in here. File, save as. We're gonna save this as a multi or partial application example.die. All right, so partial application.die. We'll have let f equals we'll call it add fun of x comma y is x plus y in, like this. Redson says, if you click on my profile, you will see my first render in Blender. Give me a moment, I'll check it out. Let's add 5 is going to be equal to add of 5. So now we actually have 2, and I put in here. If I do add of 2, 3, notice I don't have the syntax support for this just yet. .NET Run, partial application example. These are all valid, should hopefully be all valid expressions. Invalid A. My errors are really, really terrible here. Hang on, let's come down to here. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on like that. Unexpected A. Let add equals fun. Did I not just do this? Here, let's try this. Have I done something wrong? Trying to understand. I need better error messages. Can I not have a function called add? That's interesting. Add. I can. I don't know what I did wrong previously. Okay. Let add 5 equals add of 5 in. I think I might have been missing the in keyword. No, I have. Oh, I have an extra T. Need way better error messages. Okay, so add 5 is a function that will always add 5 to something, and so I can actually do add 5, and I can give it a new value. Let's give it 8. It's gonna take 5 and add 8 to it, because at the end of the day we evaluate this. This has partially applied X to be 5. And then later on, we finish that evaluation by saying, okay, well, later on, I'm gonna add 5 here like this. That said, folks, we got 10 ditches. 10, I think it's 10 ditches. Is that what it is? 10 ditches. 10 ditches. Thank you for following me. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Welcome to the family. 10. Welcome to the crew. Yes, I would like to welcome you. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Han, I hope that answered your question. If you have more questions, please let me know. Be happy to try and address them. That said, folks, I'm trying to get this comma working, but I think we're gonna stop here. And we'll be back tomorrow, though. We've been going for 6 hours, folks. It's been a beautiful stream this morning. Thank you guys so much for joining me, for making it all the way to the end with me. For making it all the way into me. 50 points, we go 100 points to all of you. I appreciate you guys so much. As always, we're gonna find someone to raid, but keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. And you are welcome back anytime, folks. I gotta stop. I gotta eat some breakfast for free. No fee, only free. Let's see who we're gonna raid today. Who are we gonna raid? Oh, well, let's check it out. Redson, sorry about that link getting blocked there. Let's check it out. Let's take a look. I apologize for not checking it out. Ooh, you made this? This is beautiful. Yeah, so my bot just blocks things. I apologize for that. But I'm so sorry, I forgot. I just got distracted. I'm hungry, I'm tired, so I apologize. But Redson, thank you so much for sharing beautiful stuff here. Actually, you know, for sharing such a beautiful thing, for all your hard work, Redson, 50 points to you, my friend. All right, folks, we're gonna go raid. We're gonna raid Practical NPC. It's beautiful, Practical NPC, folks. And as always, everybody, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime. Have yourselves a beautiful day. I'll see you tomorrow.